Crazy clown, oh my god. Hi everybody, it's the Dreadpirate, and I am a shitty Catholic god, and welcome again to Pirate Radio. With me again is Malmodo, and I have a scary clown on the screen because it's Halloween time, and we're gonna talk about shit. And
it gives you boners.
It gives me boners. What's up, Malmodo?
Not much. Alright, so you want to go on to the topics about, Goblin Slayer? Or you want to talk about our last D&D game? You want to talk about Netflix and its barrage of shit? Which order you want to go in?
Let's talk about, the last D&D game for a minute. Let's talk about the Halloween Spooktacular.
Alright, we'll reference back to that real fast.
Yeah, specifically, I had a lot of fun, but I noticed you and I talked a little while ago where it's apparently I didn't, your character felt hamstrung and stuff like that. You didn't.
Oh, you high-roaded me. That's what I said to my friend the moment you started doing it. He was texting me, and I'm like, hold on, I'm getting high-roaded. It's not even high-roaded. It's just you were translating the rules. Like me, I'm a raw person. I'm always as written, no matter what something says.
Yeah.
If it's verbatim from the book with no shifts in dialect or anything like that, it's allowed. And unless it's absolutely game breaking, then I'll be that chapter is omitted or that class is omitted.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's go time. You always you can play whatever the fuck with me.
Yeah.
Eddie's oh hey, we're gonna play this game. Make a character. And I'm I don't know a character to make. Then Elvira came up in casual conversation. I'm oh, I'll play Elvira.
I looked up so many images of Elvira that night. Just I found her old her when she was nudie, when I think she was in some other movie, but it was she was naked. The naked shoot she did.
Naked?
I spanked it so much to Elvira that night. Moving on. So
what?
Elvira.
You gross boy.
Catherine Peterson, she's a delightful woman, and she's beautiful, and she's 60. She's slightly younger than my dad, and she's still hot. She's freaking gorgeous. I will always say that. But anyway, if I recall, one of the issues was when I kicked you out of the house.
Kicked you out of the house.
Yeah.
He's not my dad. If you haven't listened to the recording, I'll save you the trouble. I was playing a psychic vampire, and essentially their abilities are to possess shit. And so one of the things you're supposed to do is probably body hop and item hop to keep yourself from getting murdered by a party, which, fireball, essentially.
Or, a pack of xenomorphs, something like that.
Yeah. So the Xenos, they're not magical creatures. I can just use my magical powers and slip into a fucking wall. In this case, I possess the whole house.
Yeah, they were not used to that. But then the Grim Reaper killed one on top of the roof. And I was playing in hard mode where I'm I'm gonna kill y'all with monsters, because this is supposed to be a 1 or 2 session thing anyway. So it's I don't mind a body count. And I immediately dealt damage, and you're no, it doesn't damage me. And it was then it would just, if it's destroyed, it would just kick me out. I'm all right, we'll pick one. Pick being kicked out of the house and taking
the house destroyed than me. That's the entire point of the character.
Yeah, in my defense, I had no idea how this class works or this creature you're playing works. I don't know. So, but you told me about it, so we got a workaround for it. I think the way you described it to me is it's yeah. So you can basically, but that's how this creature works. You can possess objects
and people
and cast stuff from objects.
It's considered greater possession. The lower spell possession leaves your body behind, which makes you vulnerable, which is useful around level 8, to keep people in line. But around level 14, it's become a hassle. So greater possession comes out, and you get to not leave a body behind, which is nice.
Yeah.
And the other thing I took was the cleric classes, so I can get access to juju zombies. Unfortunately, I have no ability to make zombies yet, because I was oh, I'm going to be getting some levels. And it's no, you're not. And I'm oh, okay. I'll come back to that one.
I don't know. It's if you guys want, we can make a campaign out of this. But it was supposed to be. It's supposed to be. I kind of want to do this every year, just a big Halloween fun time. And I was coming back from Screamageddon, and I texted you about it. I was dude, we should do a Halloween game. And you were okay, you got ADD. And it's yeah, I know. But yeah, so it just kind of hit me. We should do this. But it was yeah, everybody's getting a level. Everybody's at least getting a level if they make it through this. But it's yeah, it depends on what you guys want to do. I mean, for me, every day's Halloween. So if you guys want to turn this into an actual campaign, I'm for that too.
It was really odd though with Moon Man and all them, being I'm supposed to play a racist psycho, and I'm like, you don't have to.
Yeah, no, you don't have to. It's like, but I kind of expected this to happen. Not necessarily from Moonman. Well, but initially, I was expecting people to be like playing. Oh, I'm gonna be a vampire, and I'm gonna be chaotic evil. I'm gonna be Jason or Freddy, or I was expecting people to pick like like Dracula or things like that.
Got to be a racist white vigilante that speaks the voice recorder.
Yes.
And like, just like, oh, come on, man. We would like to have some semblance of decorum every now and again. Like, we say fuck.
Yeah.
That makes us sound like adults. But we also are adults because we're not succumbing to every single puerile desire.
But he was going to greet the screams with blood. Yeah, so for his savior Donald Trump. Yeah, I kind of expected like things to fall. There is a plot to this module, but fuck it.
Did it get destroyed because we killed Ash?
Yes, no, not really. I mean, the problem is since Ash is dead, you don't have Ash had the information you guys needed. But then they decided to shoot a cheerleader in the face. So it's like, all right, well.
Well, yeah, you got a bunch of murder hobos. See, if I had known everyone else was gonna play murder hobos, I could play a murder hobo. But since everybody else is like, I walk in there, I'm like, I'm gonna play a wacky Mistress of the Night and just have fun with it. And it's like, no,
it's great. I personally isolated all of you, so it's just like you have no idea what you're all gonna like come out as. So it's like I kind of intend to do it that way.
Got pooped into this world to get pooped out of it.
Yeah, yeah, it's like it's supposed to be like a party of ordinary people, like your standard good non-murder hobo-y adventurers who are like, hey, something weird's going on in this town. Oh no, Deadites, we got to stop them. But it's like, yeah, but you're gonna let people play like Freddy Krueger and shit like that. That's not gonna last. They're gonna kill each other. They're just gonna like start. Sure enough, like Moonman didn't let me down. Moonman.
How Suicide Squad should have been.
Exactly. That's how you do it, Warner Brothers.
And just have a bunch of people start murdering each other, and they're like, we can't make another movie out of this. And it's like, exactly.
Don't make a Suicide Squad movie.
It's fucking, what was that? Aces 11 or something like that?
Like
it's getting killed.
Yeah, there's like a emotion. Yeah,
all the people come in for that bounty on that one guy, Israel, or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
And they just start murdering each other to get the bounty.
Yeah, it's like that's the movie you're making, and parents won't bring their kids to that. So stop, Warner Brothers. Stop.
No, because it's comic books. It has to be accessible to the youths.
Yeah, or not, because like they could make like Blade.
No, Eddie, no, fuck you, says the corporate executive man, sitting there rubbing his balls on the money.
Yeah,
he's gonna get his monies.
And the corporate executive man, I say, hi, look, this is Constantine, this is Blade. These are movies not marketed towards children.
Made in the 90s, practically.
Yeah, and they do well.
Like, movies have just gotten safer and safer.
Yeah, and so it kind of galls me that it's like, why are they even attempting to do this? Why are they even attempting to, we're the bad guys? It's like, yeah, but you're not going to act like the bad guys. You're not going to do anything.
No, it was really, really stupid. Like, out of nowhere, Killer Croc starts living up to his namesake, but at the worst possible time. Yeah. Like, they're like, Killer Croc, we need you to swim down there and attach the bomb, blah, blah. And he's like, yeah, sure. He starts fucking murdering the other guys trying to attach the bomb, and I'm like, why? There's literally something that's going to end the world, and you're like so myopic.
Because stupid movie. Well, that's what's going on in our game.
It's Killer Croc. He's beautiful.
We've got. He is beautiful. We got something that's going to end the world, and your partners are,
retards.
Yes.
I don't really throw that word around as much as I should, but it's like everybody has the idiot ball. There isn't just one idiot ball.
Yes.
They all have it, and they're like, we're going to play a game. It's like, we all have balls, right? Yeah. And it's like, yeah. And it's like, that's the game. I'm like, oh. There's no objective or goals or no, fuck that. We all have a ball. Okay.
To be fair, my characters had balls. They just dead now. So, yeah.
Oh no! In our game, it just was like the players that tried to make the cheapest, most overpowered shit ever. were getting mad because you found like ways to cut through their cheapest, most overpowered shit ever, or bored because they literally made the cheapest, most overpowered shit ever. And I'm just like, you know what's great? Actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf. That character was great. I loved every moment of interacting with actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
He was really good. I mean, I didn't mean to kill Moo Man that quickly, but it was like, well, I'm good, and you're murdering people, so.
Yeah, you shouldn't have had a character insert. See, the problem is when the DM's pet character kills your character, then you're just like, fuck this story.
Yeah, but
that's the instant reaction of 99% of the player base.
I know.
Where they're like, oh, I got screwed over because of stupid rolls by the DM, and then he, used world knowledge against me, so fuck him.
Which, again, I'm not... that's why I'm not upset that they killed me in the end, because it was like, alright, well,
Yeah, but you got killed by fucking death.
That's pretty epic, actually. I got to kill him twice. Moon Man got to be funny before I offed him, and then he... I
got to be racist before you offed him.
He got to be racist and hilarious, and then he got to be actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf, and I died. And then
actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf was a lot of fun, especially because there's actually a pre-made template for escaping Shia LaBeouf D&D game. And I kind of want to play that just because it sounds awesome.
Do you want to run it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I kind of want to play it, but it's not like because it sounds like a one-on-one sort of thing.
I mean, 'tis the season. So.
Like, you get one resurrection as Shia LaBeouf unless they cut your head off.
Yeah. But, yeah, it was,
You have to play it with people that don't know about actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf is what it is.
I mean, well,
you just introduce him as Shia, and they're just like, oh, that's a stupid Hobbit name, whatever. And they just go on with it.
And then all of a sudden, he's brandishing a knife.
He's brandishing a knife.
So, but yeah, I had fun with it. I kind of expected crazy to happen, and it was like, especially like with Kiba. Kiba, my first interaction with him was he's playing Sovelis in Oxenius' Esma game, and like I with him, what I notice is he will always do the thing that I think is the wrong thing to do. He'll always do like something random and crazy. It was like because I was like, Sovelis is like the most
chewing your butt.
She's a drow rogue who for some reason works as a secretary in a magical college, and there's some weird mystery to the town. So the entire adventure that she goes on is like she could either wait till Monday, and we can condense this game down. Like, okay, I wait till Monday and ask my boss about what the deal with the town is, and it was like, and he'll just tell you, and that's okay. Or let me go to the male Baron.
This guy! You told me about this guy before.
Yeah, that was him. So, like, yeah, that whole session.
Break into the mage's house.
Yeah, that whole session broke my brain. So I gave him shit for it. And we started talking about wrestling, and then sure enough, in Horde of the Dragon Queen, like the second session we did, Oxenius has the governor sit down with us, and my character, my samurai's hungover. And he starts talking about, oh, okay, well, we really thank you for helping, thank you for saving the town. We need to know who these people are. So we had some prisoners and we let them go, and we were going to have you follow them, and then you could scout ahead, figure out where they're at, and then you come back to us, and we'll bring an army and we'll stop them. And he proceeds to get super angry with the governor for letting them go because he thought it was a stupid idea, and then he proceeds to start screaming at the governor. And like picks him up and yells at him and tells him, "You're gonna give us more money and a place to stay," and he basically nat 20'd this intimidate check, and it's like it just like completely like.
Wait. So, Exentius's crazy, strong, omniscient police force didn't come in to stop him.
This is in Forgotten Realms. This has nothing to do with Esma.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So remember the problem with Exentius being like, "Nope. The police exist." And it's like, oh, yeah, policia, you're gonna get the policia.
Well, I had a problem with the freaking like the innkeeper who's gonna hold me captive when for not paying my my room fee when I didn't actually stay here in the first place.
When you never went in.
I never went in. We could do the mythical bullshit. So it's like no, I've killed a dragon god back where I come home from. I've beaten Sephiroth. No, you're not I don't care if my character doesn't reflect that. I'm fighting every guard in here. So, but that's another story.
Jesus, tonight.
Yeah. But I kind of expected him. It's just like right off the bat, like, yeah, I'm gonna go show up as a Grim Reaper and go over here and start some shit. I'm blaming him, even though he wasn't the
guy that's a murderer.
I'm blaming Kiba for everything that happened last session, even though he didn't start it. Moon Man shot a person in the face, and then I attacked Moon Man. So, but no, I was digging it. I was having fun. I mean, it was like
all your fault, Eddie.
What's that?
It's all your fault. All those poor people of different nationalities died because of you.
Actually, yeah. If you think about it, like, I did more damage than Moon Man ever did because I started screaming. Alright, so what was supposed to happen was Ash was going to show up and tell y'all that, like, some bad stuff's going to go down, like, the next day. And specifically what I wanted to do is I kind of want to tie this in with the show Ash vs. the Evil Dead. So it's like, where in the show, the final episode of the show is the Dark Ones, who Ruby betrayed, escape hell, and they get a hold of the book, and they start bringing about the apocalypse, and they summon Kandar the Destroyer. And so Ash and his team fight a bunch of Deadites. He gets everybody to safety and gets them out of the town, but he goes and fights Kandar himself. And he kills him by stealing a tank and then putting the Kandarian dagger inside of a warhead, just like replacing the warhead with it, and launches it at him, and it kills it. And then he falls unconscious, and he wakes up, like, God knows how long later inside some kind of high-tech, like, incubation tube, and he's got a brand new cybernetic hand that's, like, all state-of-the-art, and this woman comes to this big door and, like, bows before him, and she's like, you are needed, champion. And she's this sexy cyborg, and she's like, I'll explain everything, but I don't have a whole lot of time, and she opens up this like, garage, and, like, it's this post-apocalypse. So basically, the ending of Ash vs. the Evil Dead is the apocalypse happens, and the world is overrun by Deadites, and he doesn't know where his friends are, but she's gonna go take him to help figure out what's going on. And so, like, the event, he rides off into the sunset, like, you know, gonna fight Deadites in this post-apocalyptic world and whatnot.
As it should be.
Exactly. So my idea was that basically this town, like one thing started shit hitting the fan, like Kandar the Destroyer rose, but also, like, Pablo told Ash, it's like, it's not just here, it's all over the world. All these demons are rising up, and, like, the world's being destroyed. So my idea was that, like, okay, so this town had an old one in it, and kind of based on the module I picked. And so this was, like, one of the key focal points of the shit hitting the fan. And so he basically, and again, one of the whole points of the show is Pablo becomes El Brujo Especial. So I figured, like, okay, by the time Ash wakes up, Pablo's probably still around. He's probably like a 20th level shaman. So 20th level shaman Pablo sends Ash back in time to put a stop to one of the great old ones here to hopefully put a stop to the apocalypse.
Oh, you were Ash with Cyberhand? I didn't notice.
Yeah, I had Cyberhand Ash. And so I was basically going back with everything. I was going back with the Necronomicon and the Kandarian dagger to kind of stop this thing from rising. And it was supposed to happen a day later. But then I ran into Moon Man shooting a cheerleader in the face. So I had to fight him, and then I killed Death twice, but then I realized, oh shit, Death has a bullshit come back to life ability. There's nothing I can do to stop this except use the book. And of course, like, the book, I don't know how to read the book. Every time I read from the book, bad things happen, so I figured, like, alright. I figured he'd read the book, and, like, I'll just start the festivities early. So, basically, Ash has made things worse. And I just want to point out, let's bring this back to Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and point out how good of a time travel agent, how good of a Terminator Libby is. Because Libby hasn't fucked up the timeline yet, whereas Ash, first fucking thing. First fucking thing. You know, really, Moon Man only killed one lady of a different ethnicity. Ash has killed a bunch now, who are now getting killed by, like, Deadites now, and it's all my fault.
Zombies.
Yeah, so. But, yeah, that's...
I'll have to have Libby go Blade Runner.
You're gonna have to Libby go Blade Runner and put me down. But, yeah, so that was, but anyway, that was my plan. That was what I was, like, anyway, so the...
Play that game, too, fuck me.
Buffy.
We have been slacking on the Buffy game.
We've been slacking on Buffy, we needed Buffy, but this is the perfect time to play Buffy. This is the perfect time to play Buffy since it's Halloween, but it's like, again, I wanted to do this kind of big monster mash first.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I want to make sure, make sure, like, Dave Oxenius gets, like, one... Like,
now that my character is no longer fucking punched in the balls every time it uses magic.
Yeah, so I think the way we described this, it was like, I think the way, like, okay, so when you take over an object, do you animate the object? Is it now like...
Yeah, I can animate the object.
Okay, so basically all I need to do is every time you jump inside an object, I need to bust out the 3.5 manual and look at the animated objects section.
Well,
like,
it's more than that. It gets my abilities and my or some of my stats or something like that. But I take on, I guess it's a frame of reference, which is hardness and shit like that. Yeah. But yeah, the entire point of this character, the psychic vampire, like, I was like, blood's overdone. And so I wanted to go with, like, the old spiritual psychic vampire stuff. And that template actually is pretty fucking overpowered. Like, I don't know how it's just a +2 modifier.
Yeah.
Like, because what you do with it, like, I made an oracle. I'll tell you what, oracle and psychic vampire go so well together, because you get a +6 to charisma.
Yeah.
And then your constitution modifier is your charisma modifier. Okay.
Pretty awesome. But it's like, yeah, I basically had no idea how the template works, so I figured, like, I need to damage him now because acid fell in the house and you're in the house, so you take damage. So it's like,
and I'm not even in the house. I'm not a physical thing.
All right, so like for next time, like doing that situation over again, what I should have done is it's like, all right, you're a gargantuan animated object.
Yeah.
So you take damage, but you will not get kicked out until you hit 0.
Yeah.
So now I need to just come up with some excuse for why you got kicked out in the first place. Other than the obvious
that the acid landed in the fucking kitchen and blew up the propane tank.
Of course that's what happened. That's clearly what happened. So.
Believe me, I'm king ass pull over here.
Yeah. Okay, good. We have some kind of excuse, so we're good to go.
It's like, you think this would make me a better liar. I am not a good liar.
Yeah.
Or am I? Ooh. Meta.
But yeah, so that's the plan for that. So I'm heading home with that. I hope you are. And it's like, we'll just, this way you should feel a little bit more like you can do stuff. So
not like a little bitch.
Well, I mean, you've done a good job of like you've bypassed 2 fights by just like controlling undead.
Yeah, that's what my character does.
Yeah, so it's like, and then
play this character is literally to drink wine and not do much besides have titties and complain.
Yeah, you do that shit. That does happen with you.
Is that outside the character?
Well, I mean, most of what she does on her show is just watch horror movies. But like,
yeah,
in the movie, she does get active. In the movie, she's like, "Oh, I've got a secret. My ancestors were witches and stuff, and I got magic powers."
I remember one movie. I think she was just like, she inherited a house. I don't remember the witch part, but I remember she had to, like, be witty and snarky with people all the time.
Yeah, she was basically just
like, oh, you're different. She's like, and.
Yeah, that's the movie I'm thinking of.
She's still like, I got big old titties. And everybody's like, it's true, she does. We will accept it into our society.
That's all it takes, is like these boobs have...
Oh, dude, yeah, dude, no. Like, alright, so I was watching... This is a great segue into Goblin Slayer. So, I've come to learn about Goblin Slayer, which is a new supposedly sign-in, that came to be into the public ire because people were like, I wasn't ready for so much rape. That's literally what it's about.
See, if you watch bad movies, you'll see rape all the time, which is...
Yeah, because it's a poor plot mechanic.
Yeah.
Like, it's the poor, I want to skip all this stuff and just have an emotional trauma.
Well, and also, or just put tits in your movie, which is like, I love Red Letter Media guys, where it's like, like Rich Evans is like, I'm done with rape. It's just all the time rape.
Yeah.
So
it's a very weak point. Like for me, we'll talk about how much I love kids getting eaten, and especially babies getting eaten.
Oh, babies.
But that's a later time for a different thing. But with Goblin Slayer, I went and read the manga because I ain't gonna go pay for Crunchyroll. Fuck them, and I'm too lazy to go find a streaming site.
Yeah, they used to be free, right? And then, like, not anymore?
Streaming sites? No. There's plenty of free ones. You just have to get yourself a nice pop-up blocker / no script, and you'll be fine. Mm-hmm. I know all the secrets of the internet. Most of it is just to get porn. Anyhow,
Baby eating.
No, not the baby eating. That's later.
I don't know why I said that.
Like a proper atheist, the baby eating comes after the ritual.
Of
now,
course. Well, because all
so
atheists do eat babies. That's right. You know, as a shitty
true.
Catholic,
It's how we go out, we say God ain't real, and then we eat a baby.
This is good to know, because as a shitty Catholic God, I don't know these things. So
don't worry, you just have to condemn people to a lifetime of purgatory and suffering.
Well, I've already condemned you, so I mean, you know, we're good there.
Oh, okay, good. That's fine, God. Now, anyhow, so the reason why everybody's all upset and stuff is because it's got rape. Except I found out about it on a Berserk forum, and all the Berserk oldies, they're like, it's got rape.
Yeah.
It's like Berserk is like fucking primo grimdark. Like that's the shit. Like if it was weed. Like, Grimdark would be an interesting weed, I think. That'd just be really trippy. But, no, nonetheless, like, Berserk is just, like, where, like, the fluid that is Grimdark and originates from. Because it is literally just sometimes just like, man, there's a lot of rape in this episode. Mm-hmm. And you're just like, oh, boy, it just keeps going. And, like, it's one of the big character points. Like, everybody gets raped. Freaking Griffiths, technically.
No, technically with Griffith, that's a definite. He got raped.
No, Griffith commits some very definitely, but technically, like with the Count, that old man that paid him like 10 gold, and still's got the hots for him years later.
Yeah,
like that's that guy would be doing some raping if they had lost that war. He'd been like, "Oh, you went and claimed my prize. Excuse me while I go to the dungeon for 8 months and rape this boy." Like, yeah. But everybody gets raped. Like, the main character, big, burly, giant sword man, Clang, Guts.
Guts got raped. Casca got raped multiple times, actually.
His mom's probably a woman who got raped. Like, it's just this continuous cycle of
Oh
rape.
my god, I now know how to run a Fatal game. Just make it a Berserk role-playing game, that's it.
Oh,
that's how we're going to do Fatal as a role-playing game.
I have allowed you this opening of your third eye.
We're gonna run Fatal, and our plot is gonna be Berserk. It's gonna be the it's gonna be the it's gonna be the crossover I never knew I wanted.
Oh my god, no! You know how shitty the Berserk world is.
It's perfect for Fatal.
I know it's perfect for Fatal, but I'm just saying it's gonna be shit to play in as a player. You're gonna be sitting there being like, I just want to die.
Well, all we got to do is be grimdark. All we got to be is just like death, blood,
covered head to toe in knives. Random dudes on a quest to see who could be the strongest sword man ever.
We need just nothing but edgelords.
No, that's what he encounters. Like, when he's around normal people, it's like, all these powerful knights when it's the Goldenark, but afterwards, like, the only person that he meets that can really, like, he doesn't even get challenged by him later on, but is the, it's the prince of the fucking foreign realms that they're from. He was a prince that got kicked out or something like that, or from an assassin tribe. And, like, super powerful dudes. Like, the only guy that could come up is, like, a regular mortal that was trained since birth to fucking kill people is the only person that gives Guts even remotely a challenge anymore. Like, a guy that's literally trained from birth to kill people is the one where he's like, oof, I almost broke a sweat there. Like, it's just that crazy, because he makes fun of him the whole time about his fancy swords and weird knives. And, like, everybody else is getting massacred. Like, God, I can't remember the name. There's Gavies? No, that's a duck. But these people are just, like, these crazy good combatants. Like, everybody's just running around getting stabbed, getting their eyes plucked out and shit. And, like, typical Berserk shit, softcore Berserk shit. The softcore shit in
whoa, you got cut off.
A wheel and shit like that.
Stop. You cut out there for a minute. It's probably my fault for, like, putting up Chrome. So what did you just say a minute ago? Hello?
It'd be hard to play Fatal without just making the most broken possible character you can possibly make at any time.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only way to, like, survive the Berserk landscape, because if you're not getting raped in Berserk, you're getting killed.
Min-maxing in Fatal. I don't even know how to like make a basic character in Fatal. That's the problem.
You know what? Give me 15 minutes of the material. I'll probably know how.
Oh, you're on, motherfucker. You are on. Yeah, okay, fine. You read that 1,000 pages.
Okay. Dude, no, like I knew how to break Savage Worlds within like 12 minutes of reading it.
Savage Worlds is a good role-playing game. Fatal is not.
I fucking broke it.
Fatal is bad for a variety of reasons.
I trust you.
Part is the content, the other part is the system.
Wait, is that the one? Well, it's the one with the grim rapey stuff.
Yeah, it's the rape the RPG.
Rapey rape the RPG.
Rapey rape the RPG.
What kind of other RPG elements does it have in it? Well, it's got an ARG. How's the ARG work? Well, I start fisting you in the ass.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, okay.
You can like accidentally start raping people in that game.
What?
That's like a point. Is like the way the system's set up. You apparently can accidentally rape people.
Wait, how do you No,
I know.
No point.
Everything that's happening to your brain right now is things that have. Yeah, everything that's happening to your brain right now is what's gone through my brain already.
Wait, what? Because like, yeah. If rape can be excused as accidental, sex can be excused as accidental. All those jokes are like, oh, did you fall over and land on his dick? Like, those would come true. And it'd be like, oh, you accidentally impregnated me. You're the father. Oh, and the people have excuses up in front of the grand jury, being like, I didn't rape her. It was an accident. I'll prove it. I rolled a 2. Oh, shit.
Here are my dice.
Life dice.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. Like, Fatal is insane.
Play Black Tokyo or whatever the fuck you're on about.
See, okay, Black Tokyo is different. Black Tokyo is
intentional. I'd rather it be intentional.
No, Black Tokyo specifically. The idea is it's the hentai role playing game, and it's 3.5. So it's.
Am I supposed to unzip when we play? Is that what you're saying?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
What you have pants on?
I don't have pants on right now.
Damn straight.
I'll put pants on and
you're
unzip
jerking it. You're jerking it, right? You're supposed to jerk it. So
no, I'm all jerked out, man. I'm like jerked goat. All those seasonings up in my body. No, but yeah, where was I going from the start? With Berserk and Goblin Slayer.
Yes.
Like, Goblin Slayer is like this puny little version, and everybody's flipping their shit. And I'm like, why did nobody notice Berserk? But then, oh god, like, people have noticed Berserk, which is the sad part. Like, I swear, I don't know I think Medium is just a garbage print. Like, it's a would-be news source. You ever heard of Medium?
No.
Well, they started talking about how Casca, something essentially along the lines of how it's essentially she's just the victim the entire time. And I'm like, really? Because she was a strong, powerful woman. They're like, oh, but she had her power taken away by a white man, and she's a person of color. And I'm like, you're not exactly wrong, but you're not exactly right.
She's got dark skin. We don't. I mean, and okay, a person of color in a completely different, like, alien.
She could
planet.
be a Moor.
What's that?
Like, I don't think she could be a Moor, and I don't know if Moors are actually black though.
Well, they are. No, that's the medieval term for a black person.
Yeah, but it has this medieval setting, so it is that. Okay, I thought she could be something else though.
Well, like I think Pippin is supposed to be black. Pippin is definitely black.
Pippin's definitely black.
Yeah. But it's like, even then, it's like, does Africa exist in Midland, or it's like we're not, like, in terms of ethnicity, it's like we're not dealing with our planet, so it's like it doesn't, like,
yeah, I don't know how people are like comparing, especially like going back to Goblin Hunter, like, you know, like they're just showing goblins being goblins and they're little rapey monsters, and they're like, oh no, I wasn't prepared for that. I was just expecting somebody to. And I'm like, dude, it's Seinen. What do you think Seinen means? It's like saying Spawn 3 on the front of everything.
Yeah.
Like, the Spawn cartoon series had all that crazy shit, and it had the rape, it had the gore, and crap like that, but it came out in the 90s when apparently nobody watched anything ever, or at least complained about it openly. But thanks to the
80s and the 90s.
That is the internet, everybody gets a platform to hop on whenever they're even slightly inconvenienced by an emotional response.
Yeah, exactly. Because God forbid we have emotions. God forbid we say something that
offends. No, it's not about their emotions. It's mostly about just like, can you work through them on your own? Do you need to go and tell the teacher? Is that the problem here?
Yeah. Are you offended by us talking about the Holocaust in our history class? We're going to talk about the Holocaust. Do you not want to hear about that? Okay, then
It's
go
not
home.
even that. Like, it's literally to the point of, like, I feel like the problem with movies nowadays, like, is, like, they're obviously blatant commercial fucking bullshit mediums, they're not art. But that started out with also, like, people being like, oh, we don't want to be around bad press. Or
Yeah.
we don't want to be around, somebody being like, our movie's insensitive to X group as well. And at the end of the day, it's about what makes them a dollar. If they could make a movie about gays getting shot in the face for real and it made them money, they'd fucking do it.
They'd be racist and intolerant faster than you can say.
Racist and intolerant.
They'd be racist and intolerant faster than you can say "Birth of a Nation." Yay! Well-crafted joke that you didn't laugh at.
I don't know what it is. It's a reference I didn't catch.
I don't want to explain it.
Oh. Is Birth of a Nation got a lot of rape and...
Then it's not funny anymore. Okay, Birth of a Nation is a novel based off of it's a movie based off of the novel The Klansman, which is about the Ku Klux Klan, and it's like, yeah, it was a widely successful, incredibly racist movie back in the day.
Oh!
Yes, thus the humor. Haha.
All these... So the white guys got together and they're like, ah, yeah, good old days.
Yes.
When you own them.
Yes. You are welcome to laugh now.
What?
I hope you enjoyed my joke.
Now I understand it.
Yeah,
and unfortunately,
but it's not
true.
funny. It's not funny anymore because we explained it logically.
Well, it goes like this: a joke's like a frog. You can dissect it to understand it better, but it dies.
You made me dissect my joke. I loved my frog.
Nope,
so
no
beautiful.
pet frogs here. Only rape.
No, only rape.
That's all we get to talk about. But yeah, so Goblin Slayer made a lot of people upset.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, who cares? Like that you're upset is the other problem. Yeah. And but what's bad is Crunchyroll apologized. They're like, oh, we didn't know that y'all would be little bitches about this. We just expected to put out a show and people would watch it or not instead of fucking emailing us hate mail about how we allowed that filth, all that filth. Onto the beautiful network that brought you Boku no Pikachu. Exactly. I think you've watched Boku no Pikachu. What?
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, this is anime. It's a little late to have like standards now, guys. It's like... I
swear Boku no Pico is on Crunchyroll. I'm going to look it up right now. Yeah, it is. You can watch Boku no Pico.
Yeah, crying at fucking River, you little bitches. Jesus Christ. I've seen so much worse, when I was a kid.
I gotta find it, because I don't think it's actually on here. I might have been wrong. Bring it to the P's, man. No, it's B's. Boko. But yeah, people could watch that shit, and now they're also defended because there's, gratuitous fucking violent rape and all that other shit. Boku no Imwata? No. I don't think they have Boku no Piku. Okay, good. Good on them. They do have Berserk on here, which I'm surprised no one else has been like, hey, Berserk's on here. I bet, you know what else is on here, I bet? Freezing.
Well, I remember when there was a big fuss over, a Dance of the Vampire.
Hold on, let me find Freezing so I can be like, titties!
I remember when there was a big fuss over Dance of the Vampire
Bond. What?
I remember when there was a big fuss over Dance of the Vampire Bond.
Because there's, an ancient vampire lady that looks like a child?
Yeah, exactly, and she's naked in, the opening or, in a lot of the movie. And it's apparently, allegedly, a quote-unquote good anime, because people... Yeah. Because that's the same kind of argument I've had with people about Chobits, and it's like, oh, it's good.
You had to argue about Chobits.
Yeah, and it's like, oh no.
How was that?
Yeah, and where is her on Switch? Oh, that's in her vagina. Oh, but don't worry, it's really good. And it's like, all right, well, you enjoy your really good story about a robot child with a switch in her vagina. I will avoid that. Thank you very much.
No, Eddie, you can't.
Yeah, I can. I totally can.
You can't avoid the robot switch with vagina.
I can, and I did, and I will continue to do so.
You had to argue about it.
But
I have had my rants about that one too.
Yes.
But speaking of, you want to talk good animation? Because I wanted to go back into like why the Dragon Prince sucks once again because we're going to get on that Netflix tangent.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to compare it directly to something that's good on Netflix.
Okay.
How the fuck could the guy? Now I know why. It's because they're losing, faith in him. This is totally the reason why he probably didn't get enough money so he could roll it on his balls like everybody else wants to do, and gave us this shitty low grade animation that is Dragon Prince. Mm-hmm. But Castlevania on Netflix, it's good.
Yeah.
And what sold it on me? Baby eating. There's a scene with some demons. Because one of the things that will always piss me off is pulling punches around kids. You should punch kids directly in the face in a movie all the time. There should never be a bad man that's like, I'm just going to backhand him across the face. No, if the guy is a violent, insane criminal, he punches the child in the face, fucking lays the kid out, kid's on the ground unconscious or bawling for a while. It's great. Like when I watched Alien vs. Predator, and the reason why Requiem was so good to me, first 15 minutes, kid gets face huggered. I was like, oh shit, instant wood. I was so happy because they usually are like, nope, we can't have anything happen to kids. And if it does happen, it happens off screen. And then when the little fucker wakes up later and the chest burster starts coming out, oh shit, I almost came. I was just like, yes, 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 yes. Like ecstatic in the theater because it's not just that I hate kids. It's I hate that the idea of kids and what it's become.
Yeah. Well, to quote George Carlin, is we have an unhealthy obsession with children in this country.
Oh God, yes.
We it's everything about their kid. Not everything has to be about children. Not everything has to be about And again, this is from Mr. Fucking Conductor. Is what I appreciate. Is that it's everything that we don't have to coddle them. We don't have to make how we'll think of the children. Think of this. No, fuck you, and fuck your kids. Back when we were when George was a kid, they would have a school shooting and they just went right back to their doing their arithmetic. So
well, they shouldn't be having to deal with that. I think what George's thing was that people were coddling the children in different ways than acceptable levels, the helicopter parenting, and essentially those people that forfeit all of their original life once they have a child.
Yeah.
And possibly also just people that are literally so obsessed with kids that don't need to be, like my siblings.
Yeah.
My sister had kids. She shouldn't have had kids. She wasn't prepared to be a mother. She didn't have a maternal bone in her body. Mm-hmm. She has 2 kids. And it's all because, that's what a woman is supposed to do, quote unquote, inside of the old fucking Catholic Church, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's stupid. But yeah, so going back to something that's good, though, fucking Castlevania was good. It was good, funny plots, and the animation's decent. And it's not
one of my favorite game series, and I'm happy to hear that it's got an anime that I need to check out now.
Oh, it's not an anime. It's literally a new animation they put out. I think it's American made, but or at least American financed.
Even better. That's cool. It's I'd love to see frickin' Simon and Alucard and in just traditional animation.
Oh, there.
Sweet. Okay, I gotta check this out.
About vampires I didn't even know existed.
Nice.
But yeah, it is nice, and it arguing about a guy fucking his goat, and
wait, what?
It's one of the best scenes. This guy's there talking about how he might have to pay compensation to a guy because he hit him in the head with a shovel because he fucked his goat to death, and how the magistrate said he had to do that. It's just
wait a minute. Are we talking about Castlevania? Or are we talking about
Castlevania? It's in the anime and it's great.
A dude fucking a goat.
It doesn't show you the guy fucking the goat. It's this guy arguing with another guy at the bar about how he has to pay a fine because he blinded a guy by hitting him in the head with a shovel because he was fucking his goat to death. He's like, oh, outside. The goat's half fucked to death. What are you supposed to do? Hit it with a shovel. Yeah.
Quick aside. I hope people like my pretty pictures I'm putting up here because I don't have anything appropriate. I need an awesome picture of Castlevania.
It's show some goat porn.
That's an option. I I put up Vampire the Masquerade, which is not the same thing. Whatever, vampires. Happy Halloween. Jeanette, look at Jeanette's sexy tramp stamp. There, enjoy.
But it has good quality animation as well, and it has some CGI in the background for more complicated pieces. And I think even one of the enemies is CGI. It's this golem you see later on, or a cyclops.
That's a classic villain from the series, the golem.
And it's not bad at all. It works. And but like you go and you watch the Dragon Prince, and it's all fucking. We can't spend $5 extra to get another frame, and it's sad that like shows that have potential are undercut by that. But it's also, I guess somebody looked at it and they read the script, and it's like, well, we'll just keep saying that it's made by one of the minds that brought you Avatar: The Last Airbender, until that doesn't work anymore. So I think Netflix is going the cynical route as well, because they're also starting to include the commercials. Netflix is debating bringing commercials to their shit, and I'm like, no one should ever fucking pay for something that has commercials.
Well, the thing is, they started out without commercials. If they do that, that's a huge part of the big sell of Netflix is you don't have to watch commercials anymore. You can just like freaking like, you know, you watch.
The CEO went, man, my hundreds of millions. I don't like having just hundreds of millions. I want billions of dollars. And it's like, I can only buy like 6 Lear jets.
Here's the thing though. It's like all you gotta do is keep doing what you're doing. All you gotta do is keep doing the thing that made you successful.
And it'll keep growing. It's the sad part, is it just kept growing normally.
Yeah, you know what it is?
People are so used to this culture of paying for shit they shouldn't pay for. Either we're used to not paying for shit and we're now having to catch up with it. I don't know. But they're in this culture of paying for shit they shouldn't have to pay for, like DLC. Like, you're sitting there, you used to get a complete game, and then you'd wait 3 years and another game would come out. And that was how you continued the series. Now they're like, shit, well, we want to make an extra fucking amounts of money, and there's this crap that we had mostly completed, but decided not to make part of the base game because, you know, we knew we could do this later on. But we're just going to fucking wiggle our dicks in their butts until some money falls out.
Well, and that's what I don't want to act like I'm better than anybody because I don't because there's plenty of shit I pay for that.
You're definitely not better than anybody, Eddie. Don't worry.
Fuck you. Anyway, I definitely there's definitely shit I pay for that I shouldn't pay for, but I feel like there's like
porn.
I have my own vices where it's like I'll pay for something.
Porn. I was gonna keep saying porn. That's your.
Well, duh. But okay, that's a good example. That's good. Let's talk about porn. That's the thing.
Okay.
There are definitely things I will spend money for that I probably shouldn't spend money for because I can get it for free, or there's a better deal, or it's a waste.
Flashlight.
It's a waste. It's a waste of fuck you. It's a waste of money in the first place. But that's the thing. Here's the thing. Well, going with that energy, I never pay for porn. Why would you? There's so much of it on the internet that you can get for free instantaneously.
Because you get it's like 5 years old.
I mean, as for the fleshlight, I don't like. Look, my hand works just fine.
Okay, Eddie. I didn't want to talk about technique now. I was just making a joke, Eddie.
Just so you know, like
if you're playing Chicken or Brave, you're winning.
I can like turn like crush coal into diamonds. I'm good. You know.
It's up to you to make the moissanite.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't. It's true. I don't understand spending money on a fleshlight. But anyway, but that's the thing. Like porn is a good example.
Right? Discover a whole new world. It's like when you first start using lube.
You ever done it with your left hand before? It is like a different person.
I have tried with my left hand. It is not like a different person. It's like a handicapped person.
That's that. Yeah. It's like a lazy hand job. It's just it's just like
I suppose
your heart's not in it.
This is the hard-hitting commentary about shows and movies that we bring in to play.
All right. What? Back to your focus, Dragon. You mentioned Avatar: The Last Airbender. This is the same people that did Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's this Dragon.
One guy, Aaron, whatever his last name is. It's like ERHASC.
Because we were talking about that the other day, where it's like Avatar: The Last Airbender, which you are a giant fan of.
Well, no, what I brought up the other day was Dragon Prince. And I am a giant fan of Avatar: The Last Airbender. That was a good show. It was very well done. It had life, it had zest, and then, they made a movie, and we don't talk about that.
We don't talk about what movie? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
Who's at my
so
Camelot?
Dragon Prince show, it's. I went on a rant on it on my fucking Facebook, but I'll get into it a little bit here. So it's lazy, is the easy way to say it. It's just really fucking like I don't even understand how you can be this lazy. It's kind of sad because somebody they got the script and they're reading it because they're just like walking down to the next guy to hand it off and they're just like, oh wow, this is garbage. Oh fuck. And someone's gonna get fucking money out of that. Like that's gonna make like probably 2 million.
Well, I mean, the one thing I can say, given all that I've learned from my favorite movie, The Last Jedi, is that like we get upset when we hear like people are gonna make a ton of money off of like even a bad movie, but the problem is that it's on a whole different scale. It's like Lord Beerus said to Goku. It's like there's like 10 dimensions higher than this one, and there are things in that dimension that are beyond even my capabilities, and I'm beyond you. It's like that's the thing. It's as Q said to Picard. It's like the limitless possibilities of existence. My point is, I forgot what my point is. My point is that like $2 million is still like is losing for these people, whereas like they want to make like the 100 billion. That's what they want to make. They want to make insane levels of money, and they're not.
I don't want them to make anything back. I want them to have a hole in the ground where they thought that their bank account was. Like
I agree, but at the same time, let's be realistic. That's not going to happen. It's like like seriously, Solo making like only $35 million.
The machine is no longer. The machine that is Hollywood is no longer even remotely in the range of the average person.
Exactly. But the $35 million for them is bad. That is exactly. That's as close as it gets to a victory. Then that's it. Like Solo making $35 million is a victory for the fans that hated The Last Jedi. It really is, because that is a failure. That is a massive failure. That is nowhere near the amount of money that they wanted to make. And we're seeing it. They're slowing down. Bob Iger made an announcement. Yeah, we're slowing down the Star Wars. They're not admitting defeat. They're not admitting we're sorry. We fucked up Star Wars, which is what they should be doing. But they're never going to say that.
Eddie, shock collar. We're supposed to.
Star Wars!
Supposed to veer away.
This won't end the way you think it will!
But no, I understand your point that it's not in the same dimensions of money that a normal person works in.
Yeah, the problem with you...
I understand that, making 15 million might not be profitable.
Malmodo, your problem is you're so focused on destroying what you hate when you should focus on saving what you love.
I want to eat your face. I just want to eat it up and fucking eat it in front of your naked, unblinking eyes. Just like sit there and be like, "Hey, Eddie, this is your face," and I'm chewing on it. It tastes like stubble and sad tears. It's pull out my cup with some male tears on it.
# Rose forever.
Oh, God.
# Rose forever. # Porgs.
It's not a bad statement. It was just delivered by one of the worst people at the worst possible times.
Yes.
Like the statement, if that had been handed out by like Padme even to Christian Haydenson, it would have been more acceptable.
Yeah, or actually, I mean, the problem is that it's that movie is so stupid.
Like somebody got there and like, all right, we come up with a really great thing to say, and they're like, oh, I got it. And they put down the bowl and they're like, okay. So he's filled with rage and hatred, and she's going to say this to him. They're like, oh, that's a really good line. And it's like, it's not a bad line, but you just don't care about the characters. You don't like them even. Just sitting there being like, shit, fuck these fucking idiots. Why are they sitting there in front of the Doom laser?
Well, but also on top of that, it doesn't.
Why is nobody shooting at them while they're having this conversation?
That's true. See, but it's worse than that. The real problem is that It's like it's supposed to be this because the problem with Ryan is that Ryan Johnson writes from emotion, and it's supposed to be this big emotional push of this is how we're going to be better than them. I get what he's trying to say, but it doesn't make sense. The problem is it creates a tactical and philosophical argument because that's what he was fucking doing. Finn was going to sacrifice himself to protect those that he loved. He had an arc. My boy John Boyega was doing good. He actually was going to do something that was going to be...
Yeah, his arc was, I'm still a coward and I want to escape, even though that was settled in the second movie. In the first movie. They brought it back for round 2 of, oh wait, he's still a coward, my boy here. He's still a coward.
All he cares about is Rey. Well, even then, even in that regard, it's like, okay, well, he cares about something.
Why he cares about Rey? Like, he just happened to meet her along the way.
Well, but she's a hot white woman, so it's like, all right, here we go. Moon Man in the house. Racism.
So, good night. Good night, everybody. We won't be here next week.
Demonetized. All right.
Yeah, we make money. Ooh, that YouTube 2 cents.
I don't monetize anything.
I don't think anybody monetizes. Fuck that shit.
That's the thing. Apparently, this adpocalypse was a big deal. I heard Asa and Silent Rob complaining about it before I even started, and it hasn't affected me at all because it just...
You never made any money.
I never made any money in the first place. I just want to put my dumb role-playing games online and complain about Star Wars, and that's it. So I'm okay.
Mostly complain about Star Wars.
Mostly talk about Star Wars.
And about how much you hate the new Star Wars.
I hate new Star Wars.
Everybody defends Star Wars. You start jumping down their fucking throat.
Well, yeah, I think Adigan considers like solo canon, and it's like, all right, well, we can't
fuck you.
I guess we can't be friends. So it's like, I'm kind of sad to hear that. It's like,
don't be sad. Get glad.
Yeah, he's one of those new. I think like we were talking about like the old guard. It was like in another episode. He's the new guard. He's one of these new kids who will defend this thing that he doesn't even understand.
Did he start off on like fucking the one with the clones?
I have no idea. He was
called the second trilogy. The second trilogy? That's lame.
The prequels is what they're known.
The prequels?
Yeah.
God, that's so bad.
I know. Well, that's what they will forever be known as, unfortunately. But it's like
it's sad when the prequels look like glowing, wonderful movies comparatively.
They do though. That's what's fucked up. It's like, I'm one of the people that has always said, it's like, look, they're not that bad, but at the same time, it's like, you show me Plinkett's review, and you did, and I'm like, okay, yeah,
it's some valid complaints.
I agree with everything Mike said. It's like,
send 2 Jedi to a possible stronghold of the enemy. And I'm like, that's just not even tactical thinking.
I feel like, well, you know what it is? I think, like, even in that, and I don't mean to make excuses for it, but I will. Is that I think that's supposed to be like the Jedi are treated like superheroes, where it's like the Justice League, or like even like
I know, like inside of Star Wars galaxies, you see a Jedi fucking run or you're gonna die.
Well, yeah, I think that's the thing. It's like in comic books, it's like I think comic books are like treated kind of like in terms of storylines, they're treated like how the modern police are treated, but on like a massive scale. So it's like, you're in a city, you have a domestic go out, 1 or 2 police officers are going to go down there. They'll call for backup if they need it. They have someone checking in with them all the time to make sure they need backup. But if it's not that big a deal, you've got limited resources, you got limited people working. So you send 1 or 2 people in, and then if like he doesn't respond back, you send someone to check up on him. You put out officer down. There's all sorts of like levels to it. With superheroes, it's like the same thing, but it's like the Justice League or the Avengers, they watch the planet. So it's like, oh, there's some kind of civil war going on in like Kazakhstan. Hey, we'll send Superman and Batman and see what they do. We got Green Lantern and there's some weird alien activity up on Mars. We'll send Green Lantern and the Flash to check that out. It's kind of done the same thing. And then they're called out for the same thing. So I think the Jedi are kind of handled like that. The Jedi are like superheroes. So
yeah, but they're moronic superheroes.
Yeah, like you could 2 of them to settle a trade dispute. And again, I think the point is that Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon were not meant to be. They were not meant to go on that adventure. They were just meant to settle the trade.
No. It wasn't about. No, that's not the point I'm talking about. Later on, Obi-Wan and Skywalker, Anakin, they go off to do something because they're like, we think there's a Sith Lord here. or something up with like this being a stronghold of the Sith Lord that we know is there.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll just send 2 guys. And this is back when the Jedi were running in throngs.
Yeah.
Where you have like probably 1,000 Jedi. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Like I know there's probably more planets in the solar system, or more planets in their system that they fuck around in. But I mean, like you could at least spare 5.
Yeah. The only rationalization.
Potential return of the Sith or known return of the Sith. Come on.
Well, the only rationalization I can put with that is that it's like it was probably during like the Clone Wars, and the Jedi themselves are probably stretched.
You need to rewatch the Plinkett review, man. He brings up a very valid point about how fucking dumb that is.
Yeah, no, he does, and that's the thing. It's like I still like the prequels. I've always liked the prequels.
Oh no,
they are flawed fucking movies.
It's but compared to the TLJ,
yeah, like my issues with
it's garbage.
My issues with the Disney Star Wars is not like, oh, you just prefer George Lucas. Oh, like I don't have a problem with the way Lucas did things. I had plenty of problems with the way Lucas did things.
Yeah, we want to burn his ass to the ground.
George still has more talent in his little finger than they have in their entire fucking studio.
No.
He can do it if he fucking feels like it.
No, I see this being just one big cynical shit, like I said. Mm-hmm. Like, it's just them going, well, what can we do to take advantage the most of nostalgia while stealing most of their money?
And
like, they're just sitting there, and they're rubbing themselves on the money, and they're lightly pre-coming on the money, and that's all they do, is they just sit there, they masturbate with or on the money.
Yeah.
And that's all they can find joy in.
Yeah.
And so, the more money they have, the harder their pee-pee gets, and if they don't get more money soon, they start going soft, and they're like, oh no, we need to get more money, so they do even crazier tactics to get more money.
Mm-hmm.
They start, depriving the workers of rest breaks and shit like that at Magic Kingdom.
See, and I'm now using Rich Evans jerking off a droid to prove a point, because back to Plinkett, back to the Red Letter Media guys, they are fucking prophets. I gave them such shit for them not liking Rogue One, but Rich Evans is he is a seer. He's a freaking prophet. He saw that everything he said is correct. All they know is like stuff that we've seen before, ATSTs and TIE fighters, lightsabers. That's all they know. And one of my issues with that, it was like the expanded universe has so much to it. There's so much novels and stuff, all sorts of.
Hold on, I'm going to stop because they said that they didn't like Rogue One. I kind of like Rogue One. Yeah. I'm a pretty piece of shit person that finds flaws in everything, but I felt it took me on a ride. At least get my brain preoccupied enough not to fucking notice how, shit isn't adding up. And the characters were enjoyable to me. Well, mostly because of Tudyk being in it. But nonetheless, go on.
Yeah, but it's like, especially, I genuinely enjoyed Rogue One. And I enjoy, for my personal take on Disney handling Star Wars, they've done 3 things I like. I like The Force Awakens for what it is, although the problems are more glaring now post Last Jedi. I liked Rogue One.
At least fucking the prequels had new machines in them.
Yeah,
these ones, they have the same tired shit. Like, the only thing that was new was the force field gate.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. They had. There's nothing in these new ones. There's no new shit. The most they had is we have an even bigger Death Star now. It's a planet-sized one. That
one, but I'm talking about the prequels versus Rogue One. Rogue One in itself made me really excited for the new Star Wars movies because I thought, oh hey, they're gonna have this rich. Like, Rogue One doesn't have incredible depth, but it has some fucking enough to distract me from the mire that is existence.
Yeah.
And that's all you want in a movie. Fucking a little bit of entertainment.
Fucking entertain me. That's it. That's all I need. That's all I need at the end of the day.
Like the robot bitch smacking the owner was really fun.
Yeah.
Like, it's enjoyable. When the fucking robot dies, you're like, oh, if you haven't seen Rogue One, fuck you. You don't care enough about it to go watch it. You shouldn't be complaining.
Yeah.
So, spoilers. The robot dies. And you're actually hurt by it. You're sitting there being like, no, not the fucking fun guy.
Not Alan Tudyk's character.
not all these fucking boring people are going to be around dying.
See,
And like after that, I kind of checked out because I was like, robot, bye robot.
I liked the main thing I liked Chirrut. I liked Donnie Yen because I'm a martial arts guy. Part of the reason why I like the prequels is Darth Maul, Ray Park. Ray Park's a fucking god. He's so good. It's like, and just watching him work as Maul is great. And the fact that it kind of jumped like the lightsaber fights up after that to like these choreographed awesome martial arts moves. As a martial arts person, I love that. That's really cool.
Yeah, Donnie Yen can do his own shit.
Yeah, it's like like to be sure it was awesome. I was
I watched some of his stuff with Ip Man. He was in this other one, but Ip Man, just watching him do his Wing Chun is just fucking like you just see it start hitting so fast. It's silly.
Yeah. If you want a reason to watch Highlander Endgame, Donnie Yen. It's like he's the best thing about that movie. It sure as hell.
Oh, he's in it? Yeah, I might have to see that.
He's one of Jacob Kell's minions in that. But it's like he's
just keep walking around supporting Donnie Yen years into the future.
Fuck yeah, yeah. The Force. I'm one with the Force. The Force is with me. I fucking loved it, man. I was quoting that at like.
Yeah, but I hated that they sort of like brought that into the new like in the TLJ. There's the fucking everybody can use the fucking Force without training.
Yeah, well, but that's the thing. It's like I'm not convinced that he wasn't. I believe that character was a Jedi.
No, that guy definitely was Force sensitive.
Yeah,
he might have been a hidden Jedi.
Yeah, it's like I could see him as like a Jedi that's been blinded. There was things that Plinkett brought up that I thought might have applied to this character. He was using a staff. Well, yeah. What if not every Jedi uses a lightsaber? What if some Jedi use other weapons? What if there's other what if people?
Yeah, Plinkett brought up a very valid point that Yoda shouldn't just be another guy with a lightsaber.
Yeah,
because the fucking Emperor Palpatine's first movie or the last movie is like, oh, a Jedi weapon.
Yeah, a Jedi weapon. It's like I don't need that. It's a toy to me. I use lightning. That's how.
I need it now, though. See, Mace Windu is here. Oh god.
The idea of Rian Johnson wanting fucking Leia to fucking fly is not in itself necessarily.
Oh my gosh, is this going to become another tear on that shit?
Of course it will. But
we get the shock collars. We really might need them. Let it go, Eddie. Put it down. Drop it. Drop it.
The shock collar is broken. But it's like no, these aren't necessarily bad ideas. It's just they're
going back for round 2.
They are executed in the most terrible way possible. It's like that's the problem with it. But it's like anyway. But no, like I like Rogue One for what it is. My biggest problem with Rogue One is it kind of invalidates the Darth Forces games. And I'm like, and again, even my headcanon can like make maybe Kyle Katarn was getting like. Maybe what he was getting was like the location of the plans instead of the actual Death Star plans.
You know what I'd rather see out of any of this shit they're putting out?
Yeah.
Dash Rendar.
Fuck yeah. No.
Dash Rendar actually fucking fought
Boba Fett, Vader.
He fought Boba Fett more than any of the other characters did.
Yeah, he fought Boba Fett. I think he fought IG-88 as well.
He fought Boba Fett like 3 times.
He fought Prince Shizor.
He had to kill that robot that was trying to kill Han.
Yeah,
that's why you never see the robot.
I believe that's IG-88. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he fought IG-88. He fought Boba Fett. He fought.
The guy's an actual badass. Here we have like Han, who can fly a ship pretty good, just like sitting there getting his ass saved by this dude he hired in the background. Like that'd just be the cat's meow right there.
Yeah.
If like it turns out Han was just this hollow guy that is always broke because he's hired all these really badass bodyguards.
Yeah. Well, again,
doing the Lord's work.
The stupid of doing a solo movie is that it's like, all right, these characters are good because like Han Solo's a beloved character because we haven't ruined him yet. And then they did it, then they ruined him. It's like they I one of the things I love from Plinkett's review.
Well, I'm glad Harrison Ford wasn't in it.
Yeah, I'm glad he hadn't. Yeah, he
already lost his credibility by doing the fucking new movies.
Well, but he wanted out.
They all did.
He wanted out of it. Harrison Ford was like, it's like, sure, I'll come back, just kill off my character.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he gets a send off. He's wanted to kill off Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford has wanted to kill off Han Solo for the longest time, and I think, which is actually kind of interesting. I think Harrison Ford just has a lot more appreciation and reverence for the character of Indiana Jones than he does like Han Solo. He just and that's kind of interesting. It's like that. Yeah, he even said it. Like, there's a 5th Indiana Jones. Yeah, he'll come back for it in a heartbeat, regardless of how Indy 4 was received. He fucking loves that character, and I think that's kind of neat. Is that I think like what he likes about Indy is Indy's a sophisticate. He's an archaeologist. He's an intelligent adventurer. It's like he always felt like Han Solo wouldn't be smart enough to survive. Han Solo would do something stupid. So it's kind of interesting, like how he kind of Han Solo was such a beloved character of his, but it's like he really has more appreciation for it. It's like he feels like the story, it's over and done. Han's story's over and done. And
but Disney's like, we just bought this for a lot of money. We're gonna milk this cow. We're gonna milk the cow. The udders fall off. We're gonna stab needles into the udder. Fucking start drinking blood.
The good news is they killed it. They milked the udders dry. They stabbed needles into it, and that actually killed the cow. So they're like, oh, we're gonna put Star Wars.
I don't think it's dead. I think it's a long way away from dead, unfortunately.
Like, Red Letter Media. Red Letter
in your halcyon vision, staring into the sunset, being like, we've done good. We didn't watch Solo, so they're not going to make any more. They're just sitting there polishing their fucking Starkiller-based beta, which is on a bigger planet. You know what? It's the size of a fucking solar system. It's going to blow up other solar systems, 5 of them at a time.
How does that would have its own ecosystems in it? How would the Empire even run that?
They used, they have just essentially a Dyson sphere.
Yeah, seriously, that's bigger than a Dyson sphere. A Dyson sphere is only supposed to surround a sun, not the whole solar system.
Yeah, they're gonna have a whole system that's weaponized to blow up other planets, and you know what? That would be a fun fucking that's like Space Invader level shit. Like, you just need to have a fun fucking movie where they're literally trying to take out the Empire off of planets instead of just in space.
Well, again, if you're dealing with that's the thing.
A nice long ruling war. That's all I want.
If it gets to that point where it's like a freaking galaxy, like a solar system sized Death Star, it's like nobody's gonna care. Because you've broken the universe at that point. It's like nobody's going to see that.
They already broke the universe. We aren't getting any Revan. We're not going to get respect to the fucking EA games.
Yeah.
Not the EA games. Fuck EA. BioShock. God damn. EA bought them, those assholes.
Mm-hmm. BioWare. BioWare's what you meant.
Yeah, BioWare. BioShock.
BioShock. I love that game.
BioShock. Actually, I like BioShock. It's a fun game.
I still need to play BioShock. I'm a big System Shock guy. I like System Shock.
Oh, you should definitely play it. It's got a nice twist. I won't spoil it.
Okay.
I can't. It's just too good.
If it gets to that point, I mean, like, that's like godlike power. It's like, okay, then it's like, if the Sith if the Empire is that powerful, I officially don't care anymore. I officially yeah, sure you are. Sure, you just build all the... Go ahead.
Have you seen Gurren Lagann?
I was watching Gurren Lagann like a couple hours ago, as a matter of fact.
Oh, excellent. So, have you gotten to the end?
Oh, I have... To quote Stock from Farscape, I have no prayer for that. I have no prayer for that. That is like the most awesome anime ending ever. It's like I've never seen anybody get that powerful. I've never seen Goku get that powerful. I've never seen
walking on galaxies, man.
They're walking on. They ascended to godhood and saved the entire universe from this evil alien god. It's beautiful.
It's not even alien god. It's a hive consciousness, the anti-spiral.
It's a hive consciousness that basically ascended to godhood. That's how powerful they made themselves. That's epic Scion shit right there. That's like.
Well, you know what their belief is? Their belief is the Thanos belief, that there's people are just going to destroy themselves, so we have to control them.
I think they're worse than that. I think they're scared. They're like, imagine if Thanos was made up of a bunch of little tiny scared and afraid Thanoses that feel that they have to destroy things in order to fix it.
They're just a bunch of Thanoses, little ones inside of a big Thanos costume.
A bunch of little Thanoses, a bunch of little scared Thanoses.
Iron Man pulls off the glove, one falls out of the arm with it. It's like, oh!
It's a little Thanos. Oh God, it's like Cloverfield. bunch of little Thanoses fall off the big.
You know what's sad is he has all that power but no imagination apparently. Because if I had to control the Affinity Gauntlet, I wouldn't make extra resources. I'd probably still kill most of the people, but I wouldn't be just blowing up fucking ripping off chunks of the moon to drop on them and so forth. I'd be doing crazy shit grow into the size of a fucking starship. All I can think of is why doesn't he just punch the planet from space?
Because that's not within his character. He wants to. He doesn't. Thanos does not want to kill half the universe, but he feels it is necessary. his insanity is he believes this is a necessary evil. He believes he has to be the bad guy. He has to do. It has to be him. So it's over and done. It's over and done. No one really suffers. It's just, and they'll be better for it in the long run. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to show off unless.
You know what's sad is he has the Mind Stone. He should just make them de-exist. Like, people never knew they existed. Like, could you imagine if a Thanos came before him and already reduced the population, but he didn't know it, so he just keeps going back to do it because he forgot?
Are you suggesting that Thanos is trapped in a roofie circle?
He might be. Dude, that's how they bring back the mutants. They undo the Infinity Gauntlet, and they find out that it happened before, and the mutants are there.
So it's not really.
I've solved the Marvel continuity complex.
So, all right.
Because Other Stone brought around the changes that brought around the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. So through that, we could bring back the others.
So what you're telling me here is that Thanos is not really Josh Brolin, it's Will Arnett. It's Job from Arrested Development.
Why do you keep bringing up Arrested Development? I told you I'm not going to watch that show.
That's what happens in Arrested Development. You see, he all right. So Job
himself, and he ends up doing it twice.
Will Arnett he's a magician, and he's a crappy one. But it's like, so there's one episode where his brother Michael is dating Charlize Theron, and they go to pick her up, and she thinks they're all weird and crazy, so like they accidentally knock her unconscious, and so they're not sure what to do about it. And it's like, oh, Michael's gonna be mad at us. So he's like, no, I got an idea. I'll give her a forget me now. It's like, what's a forget me now? Oh, if someone sees you do a trick, you just give them this little pill, and they'll forget that you saw the trick. It's a standard mainstay of the Magician's Handbook. And then meanwhile, David Cross takes a look at it and realizes, wait a minute, this is tropiclazaplan. Job, this is a roofie. And it's like, you just gave her a roofie. It's like, shut up, mother. I'll make you forget again, too. And so he does that. He apparently... he always has roofies. Anytime he does something that embarrassed himself, he takes a roofie, so he makes himself forget about it. But all he does is he makes himself forget that he took the roofie. So then he keeps on doing it to himself, so he gets what's called a roofie circle. So, in season 4, he just keeps on coming back to the same store to pick up, every day, pick up the same roofies over and over again. To the guy, demands, no, go away. He thinks, he's police sting or something like that. He just won't leave him alone. But he keeps on buying roofies over and over again when he already has a ton of them. So what you're suggesting is Thanos is, Thanos
roofied himself using the Mind Stone.
He's roofied and he keeps doing it.
This time, he's not a perfect version of Thanos. Let's just look at it as the flawed Thanos that the Marvel Universe would present you with.
Yeah.
And so he forgot the first time, and he weakened himself entirely by using it the first time to its fullest effect. And he's like, yep, the population's balanced out. Or he forgot that he even balanced out the population because he had them be forgotten alongside being deleted.
Yeah.
So when they faded to dust, they weren't just fading to dust. They were literally like, you didn't even know they're there. You were just like, yep, I came out here by myself.
Yeah.
Oh, this plane went off the ground with nobody piloting it. Don't know how that happened, but now we're fucked. Plow.
It's almost, speaking of Gurren Lagann, it's like he's like, it'd be interesting.
You know, you need to have also a religious aspect where people start talking about how it was the rapture. And there's all these people on the background, always complaining, God doesn't love me, I've sinned. And then people start taking advantage of it, and there's the Allahu Akbar and all that other shit.
Mm-hmm.
I have a very fucked up imagination, I know. Anyhow.
That's true.
Extra true.
What happened?
See? Thanos made you forget.
He made me forget. He roofied me.
Is the Mind Stone? Forget me now.
The Mind Stone's a forget me now.
Dude, that'd be so silly. He kills what's-her-face, and he's like, I don't want to think about how sad this is. Yeah. He fucking roofies himself with the Mind Stone.
Yeah.
That'd be great, actually. I'd watch that all day. Just Thanos sitting around being like, man, why am I here? Why are any of us here?
That's how he's gonna lose. That's how it's gonna happen. It was just like, what just happened? What'd I do?
Fucking 16 million.
You got cut off, man. Say it again.
That's the 1 in 16 million that Doctor Strange saw.
Yeah. We make him forget.
It's like he just keeps roofing himself. What?
Oh.
No, but he always sees the world as not having enough resources, and it turns out the entire time he's just really bad at math.
It's like, dude,
No, he doesn't. Here's what it is. He doesn't take into account the greed of most people and beings. Like, they sit there, it's like, oh man, there's all this extra shit. They're like, well, we better suck it up. Like the proper corporate fat cats we are.
It's true.
And that's how you get these shitty movies. We are actually inside of one of these universes, and all the extra good writers have died.
What movie are we inside of? Are we inside of like a romantic comedy or something like that, or like a crappy?
If we're in a movie, we're inside of, I'd like to call it a drama turning into a environmental disaster movie.
Environmental disaster. Well, of course you'd say that. Of course you'd say
Yeah,
that.
because I read.
You and your whatever. Look. The president doesn't have time for readings, and neither do I.
Ready? The oceans are dead.
They're fine. They're okay. They could be better.
Huh.
They're meh. You don't even swim in them. You don't even swim in them, and you're like, oh no, the oceans are dead. It's like they're fine.
I ain't gonna swim in those out here. I don't want to get pink eye.
Well, yeah, it's a good point that we do have pink eye right now. Not pink. What's it called? Algae bloom. Red tide. Words.
No, I mean pink eye. Redneck Beach is filthy.
Yeah, it's the red tide, and it's like that is definitely a problem. That's definitely a problem. And there's.
But no one's dealing with it, so it's gonna turn out just fine.
No, we need to work on it. We need to work the problem, but let's not panic.
You sure okay? You sure, Eddie? That sounds like it's okay. It's all okay.
It's not all okay.
Like,
I'm not saying it's all okay. I'm saying that
there is no red tide at Lake Laogai.
All right, look, your environmental disaster can be a subplot of whatever movie we're actually in, which I'm thinking it's like a really bad comedy. Directed by I think we're in Pain and Gain. We're
funny for it to be a bad comedy.
We are part of the Pain and Gain cinematic universe. So we got so Mark the guys that actually committed that crime they actually do look like Dwayne Johnson and Mark Wahlberg, and we're just in the background. And that's the most important story of this universe, is the time that these guys killed people and extorted a bunch of people, and it was dumb. That's the most important story of our universe, and it's sad.
That's currently like one of our most important stories currently, like with that guy that got abducted by the Saudi prince.
That's actually that's actually pretty interesting. My dad's been talking about that. It was
Really? Your dad's talking about it?
Yeah, I actually
That's a sign of its importance.
Yeah, I actually want to know what the fuck's going on there.
Why can't I talk about it and it'd be important?
Well, because you're you. You're filthy atheist.
Oh, I'm not ingesting media just like your dad is.
You're a filthy atheist, so it's like I don't value your opinion.
Okay, that's all right. As long as it's because of that specific reason.
Yeah, of course it is. So no, but like the Saudi prince thing, I have too many gifts up right now. I'm distracted by what I'm saying by looking at Tommy Wiseau. But no, I want to know what's going on with that situation. I mean, they basically straight up murdered a guy, or at least it appears like they straight up murdered someone who was just disagreeing with them. And on top of that, it's like, that's shitty enough as it is. But on top of that, it's like, he did work for the New York Post. He's an American person. So it's like we, aside from the fact that it's just the right thing to do, we do have...
I'm just waiting for Trump to push under the rug.
Well, Trump doesn't care. We know Trump doesn't give a shit.
No, Trump doesn't care about anything, but he does care about the people that give him money.
Yeah. But it's like we should look into that because this guy worked for the New York Post. He's an American person. It's an employee just went missing. We should give a rat's ass about that. And
but he's not a white employee. Like, I'm really glad I'm not hanging around all the old fucks I work with.
Yeah.
At my job, because they'd probably start bringing up some really racist sounding shit.
Oh, we should get them on here. We should get them on here to ensure that I never get monetized. That's what we should do.
Oh, no. It's not the straight up, like, fuck those sand niggers and shit like that. No, it's...
Thank you for saying that on the podcast. That's great. It's really great. I had to put an NSW on this now. Thank you.
Okay, good for you. I'm just saying, like, their kind of racism is the more subtle kind that's actually a lot more virulent because it's passable in regular society,
Yeah.
where people are just like, oh, like, why Trump got elected is because of the passability of his racism.
Yeah.
And it's because it's not like, it's not cool to hate blacks. It's not cool to, like, say all these dirty things. Like, I do apologize for using foul language. Besides the word fuck and all shit and stuff.
This is a clean podcast. We
Anyhow,
we keep it clean here. Now let's go back to talking about how our game session ended with us jerking off Jason Voorhees. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about jizzing on Shia LaBeouf's face. Let's talk about that.
Wait, did you?
That's what happened at the end.
Really?
Yeah, actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf jerked off Jason Voorhees.
I thought he was under my control. Oh, right. Sorry, he did. He did come on.
You ordered him to come, which made it like extra perverted and hot.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, Mister, let's play Black Tokyo. We just did. We just did. Like Oxenius is like, no Black Tokyo. Well, guess what, bitch? Guess what you're gonna be role playing in shortly. He has to deal with that. Which is,
you know what? He should appear and have Jason come directly on him too.
Well, here's the thing though. He's playing Pyramid Head, which I wonder how he's going to handle, because it's like that's Pyramid's deal is rape. It's like one of the things Pyramid does, aside from kill things, is rape other monsters. So yeah. So and
this goes back to my problem with him making his character have a sibling that had disparaging past as well, and I'm just like, this is so tedious.
Well, again, it's like I think it goes back to our theory that Oxenius is a giant pussy. So
well, I think like really hard.
What?
Well, hold on. I think that really difficult to deal with concepts or really vile concepts hold a lot more appeal, and they're emotional tender for people that have a higher purity index, let's say, where they aren't exposed to much vileness of the world, so they can't sit there and be like. They're just going to sit there all the time and be like, the worst thing that could ever happen is you can get murdered or you can get raped. And so they'd be like, no, the worst thing that's happened is you could live for 50 years, a life you hated from day in, day out, dawn to dusk, and come to find out that it was all for nothing and meaningless. And then you can just die with nothing being any more empowering or expressive about your life than being a footnote of someone at the mortuary.
So what you're saying is that Oxentius is pure.
I think Oxentius is naive and young.
He's a pure, sweet, naive. He's like
He's got that soft boy body.
He's like young Mark Hamill in Star Wars. He's a young Luke Skywalker, fresh faced and looking to the sunset. And I'm bringing it back to Star Wars because we haven't gone on talking about how.
So you're saying that for him to no longer have a problem with rape and to lose his naive outlook, he needs to be inside of a Rian Johnson movie.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my next role-playing game. Now, anyway.
Be chasing something or being chased.
He did like my Bible Man video, so I appreciate that. Your favorite character.
Tedious. No, it's not that I have a problem with the character. It's mostly that I have a problem with I didn't know that he was as deeply religious as he is.
Yeah.
When he told me that he wants to go and spread Christianity in Japan, I almost spat in my cup.
Well,
because
they already have
history that goes back further than Jesus, right? Which is why they don't believe in him.
And they also, that's the thing. But some of them do because they're also animistic. So they're like, yeah, sure, Jesus, whatever, fine. Anyway, Shintoism, it's like it doesn't work.
He told me today his 10-year plan is to wind up in Japan, and I was all like, you sure about that guy, Jen?
He just wants to go to Japan. That's all it is.
I know he wants to end up there. He's a fucking weeb. It's like every weeb that was one of my dreams when I was a bigger weeb. When I was sitting there,
I'm a weeb too. Yeah, fuck. I want to go to Japan. Fuck.
I want to go to Japan because they have food nowadays. I could care less about their culture.
I do want to eat in Japan. I do want to eat food there. Fuck yeah.
Dude, I was hearing about the fucking the udon noodles and the fucking ramen stations they got there. Oh, Jesus Christ. I would probably drown my nieces for a chance to go there.
Truth be told, I really just want to be a tourist. I want to see stuff. I want to go to a lot of the sites and things like that. I want to get a T-shirt with offensive stuff on it that I don't know. I want to do the reverse of what we do to them, Is like get a bunch of like freaking kanji on my shirt that's like some really offensive thing, and I don't realize what it is.
No, I'll teach you some nasty things to say.
Yeah, yeah. Oh well, in the Horde of the Dragon Queen, I learned a lot of the curse words, thankfully.
Oh, good.
So that was fun. So but yeah, no, they have Jesus. They have Jesus in Japan. Jesus had a whole Japanese tour over there.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
Anime character Jesus.
Yeah. Oh no, they do. There's a manga character of Jesus. I remember this. Yes. Okay. Local internet talent. Y Ruler Time, of the weekly manga recap. Way back did his Read Right to Left show. He covered. There's like a super action Jesus manga.
Oh, there's one of those.
Yeah, there is. There's like a crazy.
Where they res Jesus.
There's like a crazy manga where Jesus is like a crazy anime character, and like he fights the devil, and like but the devil's weird, and he has like okay, he teams up with a sexy female version of Saint Peter, who's like Saint Peter's reincarnation or something like that he teams up with. It's the most it's typical bonkers anime bullshit. It's what you'd expect. But at the same time, it's like it's awesome. It's like they have Jesus. They have anime Jesus. I will play him in our next game.
Regular Jesus.
Yeah, that's what I need to do for Christmas. I need to do, dude. That's what we're doing for Christmas.
Anime Jesus or Black Tokyo
Better
Jesus?
than that. Well, okay, we're gonna do Testament, the Jesus role playing game, and crossed over with Black Tokyo. That's what we're gonna do.
Oh, okay. Thanks for that.
So what basically I'm gonna play Samson and like I'm just gonna get laid the whole time. That's what I think.
Should I play Jesus?
You could play Jesus, and I could have some.
Someone have to play Jesus for this to work.
You gotta play Jesus, and we're gonna have Mary Magdalene, and the whole point of the game.
Great Jesus! I know so much about the Bible.
The whole point is you're gonna bang Mary Magdalene, and it'll be the most sacrilegious thing ever, and we're gonna both get excommunicated. It'll be great.
I'd love to be excommunicated. That way my family starts telling me to get right with Jesus, and I'd be like, I would, but your fucking church just said I can't. Sorry, Grandma, I'm going to hell. The Pope said so.
Oh, pretty much.
Then you wouldn't get bothered. You'd be like, they come walking up all high and mighty, and it's like, well, it's a good thing I won't see you in heaven or anything like that. Get fucked, Grandma.
See, now, we were talking about Fatal.
It's like how adversarial my relationship with my family is.
I know.
Don't worry. They earned it.
I know. Now, you see, like, when we were talking about Fatal earlier, I was desperately trying to find, like, an image of, like, the game, and I couldn't find it. I just should have used this. I should have used this awesome comic I had. So I fucked up. So
you're gonna do Fatal with Jesus?
Well, no, it's a bunch of, like, anime... They're not anime girls, but they're reasonably attractive-looking cartoon girls playing Fatal. And it's hilarious. And it's like, according to this chart, I'm sextuple pregnant.
What?
It's basically Fatal in a nutshell. But it's wonderful. It's wonderful, beautiful little webcomic I found.
This idea offends me.
Why does it offend you?
Because it involves pregnancy, which means more children.
I'm assuming it's pregnant with monsters, though. So I mean, you know.
Oh, okay, that works.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, as long as tentacles were involved.
Really?
I don't know.
I know so little about Fatal that every time you talk about it, I think it's like a fever dream.
Okay, so the deal with Fatal is it's widely regarded as one of the worst role-playing games of all time. And it's...
Oh yeah, track stuff like your anal circumference?
Yes. So it's like the idea is the people that made this wanted... Their pitch for the game is that, oh, we're historically accurate, which is like, yeah, no, you're not. Where it's like, it's supposed to be like, it's a medieval fantasy setting, but like, it's a shitty medieval fantasy setting because it's supposed to be like, you know, people were really like serfs and the only job a woman could have is really to be a prostitute. And really, at the end of the day, there's a lot of weird sex stuff in the game. So like, your stats are ridiculously hard to come up with. And like, everything... You also have to figure out the stats for like your sex organs, and I looked at like one of the character sheets. It's like I think you roll stats for like every single body part you have, It's really weird. It's like again, I eventually want to run it, but I want to run like literally all we're gonna do is make characters, and then when we're done, if it hasn't been several hours and we have the energy to, then we're gonna try to run a game.
If our sanity isn't depleted.
If our sanity isn't depleted, it's like that's mission one. But then like there's other weird stuff. There's a lot of weird sex. Again, you can accidentally rape someone. The game's all about sex, but specifically rape. There's weird.
Is it an accident?
There's weird sex stuff in the game. There's weird racist shit in the game. Like there's magic items that like turn you into racial stereotypes. So like there's like the Negroid armor, which makes you dumb but big and strong, you know, because we're racist against black people. Then there's like the Chink armor, which gives you a small penis but makes you really smart. It makes you Chinese stereotype. And then there's like a Mexican one too, which I think makes you like really good at singing.
Armors in the game?
Huh? Yeah, these are actual armors in this game.
Like included with the base game?
Yeah, no, there's only one book. This thing did not sell, and it's 1,000 pages. That's why I dare you to read it.
I like how you say it is 1,000 pages with such defeat.
Yeah, it's like that's why I dare you to read it, sir. I haven't read the whole. I've got it. Oh, I've got it. It's
you're talking to the guy that's up to date on Game of Thrones.
Yeah, like
I fucking read, man.
Yeah,
I managed to overcome illiteracy.
Okay, all right. Well,
how powerful.
Then you become a master of it, and I'll try to play it when you run it. Fuck yeah.
Jesus Christ! I don't want to run it. I have other games that are simpler and easier to use.
But why would you want to run or play a good game? Why would you want to run Dents? Why would you want to run Buffy? And why would you want to do good shit? No, let's make each other hate ourselves. I think we should suffer. I think that's what we should do.
I mean, it sounds high crunch, which is always something I'm against.
Let this be our 9/11. Let's do that.
We should play it next 9/11 then.
Oh god.
We'll make a fatal. We'll start playing. Hold on. We'll do. You wake up, start playing, or getting your characters rolled up, and then if you're not done, we still have to play at the start of the first plane hitting.
I think what we should do is we should play it on like April Fool's Day or something like that. That's totally the day we should. But, yeah.
You know what? Yeah. If it's that bad, we'll make it a leap year game.
Oh god. oh great. Now it's like every 7 years it haunts us, or like 4 years it like haunts us. It's like Pennywise.
It's like guys, it's a leap year. Oh fuck, we gotta play Fatal. Shit.
It's like Pennywise. Like every now and then, it just like every couple of years it just comes back, and we got to deal with it again.
Man, I'd be so mad to be mortal. Yeah. Because living for this short amount of time, it's like, but you can live so long. You live like 100 years if you're careful. It's like, that's nice.
Yeah.
You know what's better than that? Lucky. Never dying. Like, I was thinking about mortality recently, and I was like, man, could you imagine being like Pennywise, where you're this ageless creature, and like 33 years goes by, and you're just like, whatever, do what I want.
Yeah,
he doesn't go away because it's like, I think it's just time for a nappy nap.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of Pennywise, I got stats for him too. So spoiler alert.
Oh, Pennywise in the game. I can only handle so many boners.
I know. I just
Dude, like if we do Pennywise, we're gonna have sex to purify ourselves.
All right. Well,
children.
See. Now we're talking about, like, one of us role-playing Pennywise and the other one role-playing Elvira, and then them fucking...
Most of us are playing children now.
Yeah, what?
I'm going to use a polymorph spell, turn myself into a small child.
I mean, if you'd stay as Elvira, I would definitely go for it, because it was...
Nope, gotta go flat and everything. Prepubescent little girl.
He just might eat her, then. He just might kill her.
No, I gotta have the sex. Not with him. We have to kill him first.
He's a child
purification sex.
Okay. So what's your base? I think. Okay. So your plan for the game is just to cure, capture, and then molest and make the sex slaves of every single monster I throw in the game.
No, that was an incidental thing because Shia LaBeouf was very excited about Jason.
Tell me about it.
Dude, I love it.
Yeah.
Like, I want the real Shia LaBeouf to know that Jason Voorhees came on his face. He'd send me a nice little text being like, that's nice, bro. I'd be like, thanks, Shia LaBeouf. Don't make movies. No, I don't blame Shia. I blame his directors. I do. the end of the day, Shia is just a guy doing a job. And if your boss gives you a stupid ass fucking reason to do your job, you're not gonna do a good job.
Yeah, I think he's he's good friends with Steven Spielberg, and like so it's
How is he friends with Steve?
Yeah,
he's like a quarter Steve's age.
Yeah, but like they're again, I think when he was working on Transformers, they met up, and
you blow him like how is he even a footnote in Steve's life?
Well, because they were working on what's it called? Transformers together.
Wait, Steve?
No, it wasn't Transformers. It was Indy 4. It was Indy 4. That's how they did it.
I was gonna say, yeah. I don't know, maybe he's just a really charming fellow if you're not actually talking to him or knowing that he exists.
Shia LaBeouf or Steven Spielberg?
Shia.
I mean, he probably is a nice guy. I mean, it's like...
I think he just sucks dick so well. Like, it has to just be, like, his God-given talent. Like, there's gotta be a reason. Because, I mean, he acts fine. He's a decent actor. I really enjoyed him doing that music video for Saya called Elastic Heart. Yeah. It was a silent, dramatic showing. It was kind of awkward, though, because, Shia's never, ever going to escape the other roles he's in. That's the worst thing for him. He's so typecasted.
Yeah.
But, like, I can only believe, like, the only way that he stays so successful and so, like, it's like, and then, like, he recently became less famous. Poor guy. And so I guess he lost his magical ring of cocksucking because it's like I just can't fathom how he stayed in there so long, how people constantly needed an actor to play that guy. Like, the guy he had to play every time, right? The guy had to play in fucking Eagle Eye, the guy played
Transformers,
the guy
quote-unquote everyman.
What?
The douchey quote-unquote everyman character is what he had to
play. Quote-unquote everyman. Fast talking, like what was really stupid is like when you watch Transformers movie, they're acting like they're a normal fucking family. I'm sitting there being like, really? That's normal in America? Really? Like, how many drugs are you on, Michael Bay?
Yeah.
Like, do you sleep anymore? Have your eyelids just been baked off by the constant thin glare you give the world? Michael Bay doesn't have any real relationships with people.
Of course not. No, he has. I think that like his best friends are basically just other like people. He's friends with a lot of people who are like kind of blue collar people that work for in like special effects and like and kind of like and stuff like that. Those are like his own.
It's hookers. Hookers all the way down is what I heard about him. One of my teachers, because of 7 Degrees of Bacon. One of my teachers had a boyfriend or a husband or something like that that's a pilot who was a pilot for Michael Bay. And, he got to work for Michael Bay quite often. And through that, he learned that Michael Bay has a well, that's not the right word, has a fixation with hookers, I guess. Because he's practically an outright sociopath.
I'm not gonna beat people down for seeing prostitutes. It's legal in Nevada and pretty much everywhere.
Only. No real relationships, just hookers.
That's sad though.
Is it?
But I'm not surprised. It's like he's
I mean, I'd be mildly jealous if I was that much of like a weirdo where it's like, man, you know what I don't need? Human connection.
Yeah, that's basically what it boils down to. He doesn't have any human connections. He just is, he's a massive tool who's been very successful, made a lot of money.
Well, he just has to make enough boom boom on screen for the audience to forget about how they have to go back to their trailer.
Yeah, that's all he's interested in. That's all he cares about making, and he's laughing all the way to the bank from it. And it's like, okay, good for you. Good for you. Stay away from things I like.
Nope, gotta rape it.
Yeah.
Hey.
I've been able to fucking enjoy Transformers for years now because of him, and he almost did it. He almost fucked up Ninja Turtles. What?
Hey, I know it's hard to move on once something like that happens to you, but when you're with your next show, you just gotta let it go. You gotta overcome that moment with Transformers and be like, you know what, it happened, but I'm with the new Transformers right now, and this Transformers isn't by Michael Bay, and so it's gonna have some semblance of depth.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about right now.
Oh, I was making a rape reference because, anyhow, that's a very poor taste joke.
Why can't we get away from rape?
Because I have to talk about that. No, like I was saying, it's I think you said it about like what he did Transformers, or else I just injected it in my brain. But it's just poor story structure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wait, you there? You cut out for a minute. Oh shit!
That's why we're not in one of your movies.
All right, say it again. You cut out there for a second.
Ah, God, am I still cutting out?
It's probably my fault.
What are you doing over there?
I'm looking for
Watch
gifts.
all the pornographies?
What's that?
Are you trying to watch all the pornographies?
No, I'm looking for gifts.
That's probably doing it. You probably have such bad internet out there that you're in and out.
Aren't you in a worse boonies location than I am?
I am not.
Okay.
I am actually at my sister's house where she has decent internet.
Okay. Well, just leave your leave your address in there so I can dox you.
Oh, okay.
No, don't do that.
But anyhow, what I was saying though is just we're not inside of your ideal movie situation. We're inside of mine, and when we're inside of one of my movies, I don't know. I think I'm more in the Skiniverse. No, actually, I lost a lot of faith in the Skiniverse because of fucking Tusks.
Tusk is the greatest film of our time.
You shut your dirty whore mouth. Stop trying to make a cynical joke. You can't do it.
You're right. You're right. I'm bad. So yeah. Okay. Back to rape. Let's talk about rape.
Yeah. Well, no. What I was referencing with the rape comments there was a very serious problem that victims have, where they start, having their memories flash back when they're with a new partner, and it's very tragic, very traumatic, and it's something that you can't really make a joke about unless you set up the right premise.
Unless you put up a Rich Evans gif and you weren't able to get rid of it while you were getting all serious, and
No, just put up a American Psycho gif.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll look for that. Okay.
That way, people have a face to put to my voice.
Oh, good. You're Christian Bale from American Psycho. Okay.
No, because I'm always in here railing about how much I hate children.
Well, okay, yeah, you do realize what you're getting now.
What?
You do realize what you're getting now.
Am I getting more Pennywise?
You're getting hip to be square. That's what you're getting. So keep talking.
But yeah, I don't know. It's like if you're very easily triggered and stuff like that can set you off. How do you go through life? Like, do you just expect everything to never challenge you? Like, if you encounter a raisin in your cookie, does your fucking life break down?
Okay, look. Okay, let's imagine it's not a raisin. Okay, and it's that. Let's imagine.
I am not going to sit here and just belittle rape. It's not that. That act is heinous. It's completely and utterly wrong. If it happened to somebody, that's a legitimate, psychological trauma. My complaint is that people, may not have gone through it, but act offended on the behalf of victims.
No, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's no, I don't. The triggering can fuck off. I don't gel with that at all. But I mean, let me put it this way. Let's imagine it's not a raisin for a minute. Let's imagine it's a rat turd. Okay, I can deal with finding a rat turd in my cereal. It doesn't mean I have to like it. Ergo, the past 10 years of Transformers movies has been shit. I will continue to complain. So,
but, diving right back down that one. Hold on, let me distract you with some Star Wars material.
Okay, good. Well, I'm looking for American Psycho material now, so. Let's see. Ooh.
It's like that's your spelling salts. We'll find you unconscious on the ground one day, and I'll be like, "Oh no, is he dead?" They're like, "Wait, no, I got this." Eddie, Last Jedi. They're making another one. They just rip your eyes open. No.
This is I'm having so much fun looking at gifts now.
Oh God. God damn it, Jim.
All right. Yeah.
Dude, don't I love how Plinkett though is just talking about the Nockies?
The knock. Yeah.
Dude, that is one of the most that's how you know the movie is written by normal people and not the lobster people.
Yeah.
Is where they said they're being I gotta have the Nockies. Like, when they finally decided to include a gay character, who was it? Sulu. Why Sulu? Because George Takei played him.
Well, and it was an afterthought too. He was actually offended by it. He was actually like really hated it.
know it. Yeah, I know. These fucking people, they're like, oh man, we know Sulu. And he's like, no, I was Sulu. And it's like, guess what Sulu thought about? Big-breasted women. No.
Yeah,
but,
it's like he's an actor. It's like, yes, he's gay. It doesn't mean the character has to be gay. It's, you know.
But no, it's just a complaint that he made. Is like, these people, it was like this cynical afterthought. And like, it's why I lost a lot of respect for Simon Pegg. Like, it used to be like, oh, Simon Pegg, he seems like a real nerd. And it's like, no, he's just, he knew enough not to piss off and step on toes along the way, but he is definitely one of them. Like, I'd rather have Adam Savage write a movie.
I don't think Simon Pegg's that bad. Simon Pegg seems like a cool guy. And personally, the whole thing with that scene.
That third movie.
Well, here's the thing. That third movie, it's like I took that as an homage. I took it as homage. It's like I think they were attempting to honor George Takei with that scene, and he didn't take it that way. And it's just like, all right, well, as a person who's put my foot in my mouth many, many times, I
don't be a diva, Takei.
I mean, it could be that. Yeah, that's the problem too. Maybe he's just being a diva.
I thought it'd be George Takei. Why is it Takei?
Because it's Takei.
That's it.
As it is so gay.
Hey.
Easy joke.
It is. No, I'm sure Takei wouldn't mind. He probably explained where it came from, like his name root. Because, like, I think in Japan, like in the mangas all the times, they sit there and they say how their name is pronounced and spelt.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, oh, it's like blah, as in lantern. And I'm like, what? Bob doesn't rhyme with lantern.
Yeah. What else were we talking about? We were talking about something important before.
Netflix's slow shift to being shit.
Netflix's slow shift to being shit. Yes. And
we talked about they wanted to put the commercials in. We weren't talking about the guy that got abducted, the journalist.
I'm not sure what to do about that, though. I mean, if he's a Saudi citizen, it's like, okay, well, yeah, I guess they're a fucking monarchy. They have every right to murder their citizenry if they feel like it, because they're...
Hold on, if he's a dual citizen, he has American rights, too.
He's got American rights, then okay, then we can actually pursue it. We can actually go after them.
He's apparently an American citizen, because he was like... He left the country because he feared death. He was in Turkey, where a buddy of the guy fucking lured him into a trap.
Mm-hmm. So they've been trying to get this guy for a while.
Yeah, because they're petty. This is my great terror about Trump, is that it's like more Putin and more of this guy, obviously.
Well, he does have a boner for the man. So
dude, I know his boner for Putin, believe me.
Yeah. Or Putin gives him a boner by giving him hookers. I mean, I honestly think that's why he's so resistant to the Mueller probe. It's just like they got him, fucking around with hookers in Russia. I think that's part of what.
That doesn't matter to his base. Infidelity doesn't matter. Like, none of it matters. They're just sitting there being like, look at those liberal tears.
Yeah, well, and apparently
healthcare. Oh, my gerb is gone, but that's probably because the Mexicans stole it. President God Trump wouldn't let that happen to me and him buddies.
I mean, allegedly, I think it would probably get him in trouble with his wife, but apparently that doesn't matter either, since it's basically...
No, she isn't in love with him. They're not married for any reason besides that he had a lot of money.
Yeah. So it's like she seemed a little haggard when the whole Stormy Daniels thing came out, but at the end of the day, she's still there.
Dude, she was pissed off about other stuff, supposedly.
I finally heard her talk.
Tried to separate the Trump family up to be like, oh, Trump's daughter is one of the gals. You can't just say that she's a piece of shit. It's like, I can admit leaving Barron alone for a while, at least until he's like 14. You can start calling him out like you did Biebs.
Yeah. Yeah, wait till he starts making shitty YouTube videos. Then you can, then you can say all the good shit about him you want.
Oh, but I'm sure he's going to make some really crazy statements. You're going to see it. It's going to be like or Jaden Smith, except racist.
It's going to be like a It's gonna be like a case study in like poor parenting. It's just like okay, like what happens if you're raised by Trump and you're a child? We can actually see it. We can actually like have a
he doesn't raise shit.
documentation.
He sees his son like once every week. The rest of the time is just nannies. That's how rich people raise their kids.
Yeah.
Oh, at least Trump. I don't see him having a single paternal bone in his body.
Oh yeah. Well, he's good at pretending. He's good at like not really. He's good at pretending to his base that he's a family man.
He doesn't have to pretend at home. He gets to be the fucking Lord Trump at home.
Yeah.
There's none of that. That's not an issue.
Yeah. Okay. But anyway, it's problematic. The whole thing with the Saudi Arabia is problematic because they are our allies. But it's like at the same time they're also a theocracy. So it's like, it's they're a theocracy.
Allies, I'd call them. They give us a lot of oil.
Yeah. Well, but officially they are our allies. So, and the thing is they are also they got a lot of money, they got a lot of oil, so like the standard of living there isn't as bad as it is in other Arab countries. They fight Al-Qaeda as well.
I'm sure it's pretty bad.
But it's like at the end of the day, though, they're a monarchy, and they're also a theocracy. They're a fundamentalist Islam country, and we have a little thing called separation of church and state for a fucking reason. And
like you said, didn't you say like if you saw a sheik, a guy in white, while you were overseas, that you had to like?
We had to leave. We would have to like try to like get away as quickly as possible because if the guy comes over to us, he can basically do whatever he wants to us. He could kill us. He could have us tortured. He could do whatever. And like all the dudes around, and there's nothing the cops can do. All the cops could do is try to get us home safely. It's like the rule on the ship was you see a guy wandering around Bahrain who's like a dude all in white, nobody's touching him, and he's got a bunch of people around him. Leave wherever you're at. Just go. That was what we were warned about. And that's Bahrain. That's a nice Arabic country. And they have those kind of rules over there. So, but it's like I think a lot of this stuff is cultural. It's like this is the type of stuff where it's like, especially when it comes to the extremists of Islam, it's like you have the extremists don't care about the fact that we're the 20th century and this kind of like a lot of that behavior is not acceptable. And but they don't care, and there's enough problems and enough violence in the Middle East where it's a continuing.
I can understand why, though. It's really sad the reason why people don't believe in science because they just can't believe anything that someone they don't trust knows.
Yeah,
it's the weirdest thing. Like they're talking about how in more advanced countries you could tell somebody, scientists found out that the moon is this far away. And they're like, yeah, I can believe that. And then you go and tell somebody in another country, they won't believe it. They'll just be like, they're those shitty fucking no-science countries. Well, they're like, my cousin said it was only, on the other side of a black mirror that hangs 50 feet above us. Yeah. And it's like, what?
Well, what? I think that's the problem with Trump supporters, too. It's like they're so, like, they don't want to listen to anything that the opposing tribe says. So they don't want to hear any of our concerns. They don't want to hear anything about. They don't want to hear anything about how the environment's going bad. They don't want to hear anything about about.
What? You don't want to hear anything about how the environment's going bad?
I'm not. Look, I was making a point in your favor, sir, and you gotta come and shit in my mouth.
Eat your words.
Look, I'm not saying there aren't environmental problems.
I'm not shitting your mouth. That's your own shit, Eddie.
My problem with you is your doom and gloom attitude. It's like, oh man, it's it. You can't even breathe or swim anymore because it's poop.
You can't have kids,
I'm Malmodo, and the glass is half empty, and I'm like, the glass is half full, sir. And it's just like, it's gonna be half empty with that attitude. And you just I'm not saying there's not environmental problems. There are plenty, but. My point is that like the Trump support, a lot of Trump supporters don't want to hear anything we have to say, because whether it's to their benefit or not, because we're the other team. So it doesn't matter if the
weirdest thing it is.
Yeah, it's like we're saying plenty of shit that's in their favor and that would help them out, but they don't want to hear it.
There's a documentary I watched about the Ruskies and how they would use misinformation to create the divisions amongst us. I think it's just essentially like that shit was being used by like less than scrupulous individuals in a corporate area.
It's been happening for years, basically.
Well, like, it's just this continuous stream of lies and bullshit. And now that the internet is here to keep everybody honest, because it's all recorded, and everybody's talking about it to one another, so it can't just be swept under the rug. Yeah. Now they're all upset. Now they have to control the internet, which they've done, and
they're trying to at any rate.
Keeps getting worse.
Yeah, Well, I mean, they want to kill us, and I think if in terms of the internet and the problems with that jackass who got rid of net neutrality, I think it's they can't. What they want to do is they know they can't do anything big because then people will freaking riot over it, or people will give them shit for it, or whatnot. But like they can basically keep things the way they're supposed to be right now with the internet for a while, and then make a minor change that would fuck us over. Basically, like as my American government teacher said, it's like they take your rights away a little bit at a time. They're a little bit here, a little bit there, so you don't notice it. That's what they're gonna, that's where we need to watch out. I think, honestly, in that regard.
But people don't. People can't even fight for who they elect for. Like, people are so fucking soft that you can't be like, "Hey, who are you voting for?" "Oh no, have you heard their policy on what?" "Oh no, not that. We're not discussing that. No, not this. No, we're talking about local elections, man. Why are you getting into... Okay, never mind. Fuck it." Yeah. Like, that's the conversation I end up having.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that's the way I've heard it since I was a kid. I mean, it's like you never talk about religion.
George Carlin went on his way out with a very cynical view. Like, I hate that cynicism has been perverted into the term that it is, but I would say it's a very pessimistic view.
He's always been cynical and pessimistic, though.
I think he was a lot less when he was younger.
Maybe a little bit, but he's always... Well, he's
been sharp and witty, but he wasn't like, whatever, fuck it, let you guys kill one another, whatever.
No, dude, he's been like that for years, man. Like, especially when he started getting popular. It was like, even like he was like, he made it, like, yeah, that's the thing, he really...
Like Carnegie Hall in the 70s, whenever he did that one.
Yeah, but the 70s was like the earliest stuff that I remember him doing. Not physically, because I wasn't alive in the 70s, but like a lot of his stand-up specials from when he still looked kind of young. He was like 40 at that point. He was like, a lot of that stuff, he was just kind of getting there. He was talking more about language. And then you had kind of older Carlin, where he was kind of like fully... When he officially looked like an old man, which was in the 80s and 90s. It was like, yeah, that was pretty much like his attitude was he's very sweet and genteel and loving on a personal level with people, but at the same time he didn't like organized society. He didn't like the way that he felt like there's no point in voting in an election, since like basically the merchants had all the power. It's like they would already decide what it is. He was preaching about all the faults with our government and our society, our civilization, not just America. Like for a good chunk of his career. But at the same time, like a good cynic, he wasn't all cynical. It's like he was still, he accepted it and he made fun of it. And I think whether he realizes it or not, he was basically helping push against it. By basically letting people know, this is how you're getting fucked over.
That he was helping push against it.
Yeah.
Because comedy, what I heard, comedy is referenced a lot inside of philosophy.
Yeah.
And it's mostly what comedians say that they do, is that they help you address troubling thoughts in a lighter perspective.
Yeah.
So you joke about death, you joke about loneliness, you joke about, the crushing despair that can find you at any time. And you just, it's just part of life. It's funny. It's like tripping and wiping your ass on the floor, fucking all these other things that it could possibly be connected to, instead of just sitting there despairing about existence. Yeah, and I think it's very...
Hey, dude, you there?
Yeah.
You cut out again.
Stop looking up all those porn memes.
I'm looking for George. I'm looking for a picture of George. But yeah, repeat what you said again.
That's it.
Okay. Well, but yeah, it's yeah, politics are where
effective.
Like comedy is where. Sorry, go ahead.
It's to change your perspective before you look at something that's normally troubling.
Yeah, comedy is where politics are contested. and that's a good thing for it. It's like that's a good place for it. So
That's why I'm rather annoyed with like the PC movement inside of comedy,
mm-hmm.
because like when people make fun of men or women or blacks or whites, like when you know, you listen to Chris Rock rail on about, women, how you have to have nice shit for women to like you and stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's actually a critique. It's funny as fuck to listen to him, but it's a critique of the materialism required to, like, have even a romantic relationship.
yeah, just to have a soulmate. Oh no, you need money first.
It's like, yeah, it's like women ain't coming around unless you got nice shit.
Yeah,
You got nice shit, they ain't gonna fuck you. Like,
mm-hmm.
Chris Rock has got a good delivery for it, but it's like, it's a simple premise. There's nothing to build up there. There's nothing to really, like, fight with about, mental cues and imagery. And it works for him.
Yeah,
But, like, Bill Burr, he goes into the comedy and, he starts talking about how absurd stuff is. And he gets mad. And that's his thing, is his skit revolves around him being this kind of angry, kind of like, snapping guy.
yeah,
And it's pretty great. And, like, he goes there, he talks about, fucking people got their heads up their asses in one way or another. And, he's also getting at the systems around us.
yeah,
And it's like, they all go after it with their own ways. Like, Bo Burnham is probably the best comedian of our generation, even though he might be the next generation. We're old fucks now. This motherfucker's like 23.
I think he's one of. It's interesting. I remember Comedy Central, like we were like high school budding college, or at least I was. They had like they ranked like all the comics comedians at the time, like top 100, and it'd be interesting to know where Bill Burr fits on that scale. I think like Chris Rock and Richard Pryor up towards one. Like number 100 was Bobby Slayton, who I got to meet, which is really cool. But it was I'd be interested to know where Bill Burr fits on that scale, because he was like
Well, Bill Burr's coming into his own, but he's not as self as Chris Hart.
He was getting noticed at that point. I think even then he was like doing comedy years before that, but it was like he was
Yeah,
a lot of
like,
the Comedy Central events he was on.
He's been around since the mid to late 80s, if not early 80s. He's been there. He's been trying. He's been punching up.
Yeah.
And, he's finally just coming into his own.
Yeah.
30 years later. And that's rough. But, like, it's good. It's good that a guy like him can get recognized.
Yeah.
Then you have people like Chris Hart. I don't think Chris Hart's that funny, but he's a multimillionaire from being quote-unquote funny.
Chris Hart's
I guess he's kind of funny. But then you have people like Dave Chappelle, which are far more funny. I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says. Dave Chappelle is a fucking comedic genius.
Yeah.
And, he left because of all the drama surrounding his life. And, like, I don't think there was anything crazy going on. He was just like, you know what? I'm fucking tired of doing this show. I'm out.
Oh, you mean the Chappelle Show?
Yeah.
Specifically, they wanted more I think Comedy Central wanted more creative control over the show.
Yeah, and he was like,
"That's what it was." Yeah, they basically wanted to like they wanted to take away what made that show good was that he had complete control over it. And he basically
I essentially think that they wanted his name.
Yeah, they wanted his name, and then they wanted to basically
do shitty shit where they take your name, and then you can't do anything because they have your name.
Exactly, which is kind
of that crazy shit?
Which is interesting. I think that's exactly what happened to a much less, prominent comedian, which is the Nostalgia Critic. Nostalgia Critic fucked himself over early on by basically, handling over the rights to his character to Mike Machad. So it's like he, as a result, all the shit going down with Channel Awesome and whatnot, he can never leave Mike Machad or never say anything ill about him because that fucker owns him lock, stock, and barrel. Because Doug and Rob were idiots and they were lazy. They didn't want to They didn't want to make any business decisions. They didn't want to have anything to do with their own fucking character. He just wanted to make videos. And like, that's fucking great, man. But here's the thing: you can make all the videos you want, but you should also maintain this is your character. You have the rights to your character. The moment you sign that away over, they can do whatever they want to you. It's like that. It's like George Lucas says, back to fucking Star Wars. Shot collar, white slavers. I sold my beloved Star Wars to the white slavers, and this is what happened. But yeah, Dave Chappelle said, I'm not going to do that. Dave Chappelle was like, he knew it was like, and part of what made the show work was that it was him. It was his comedy, and he had a best friend. He has a best friend who's one of the writers on it. And they just came up with their jokes and did whatever they wanted, and that's what made it raw and awesome. And if they had gone through with if he had gone through with it, if he had sold his soul and taken, they offered him like $5 billion. They signed over like some absurd amount of money to him. Some absurd. He said no to like $10 million, something crazy like that.
I think it was like 15 mil.
15 million, but, 15. Yeah, it was like something like that.
Yeah, he's comfortable, and they're like, because that's all he wants to do is he wants to make the fucking jokes. He wants to have the comedy.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, we don't want you to have what you want. We just want to have your brand. And he's like, nah.
Yeah.
Well, bye. We'll just break contract and pay you the remainder and keep the shit that we own. Yeah. And he's like, okay. And then they fucking U-boat him whenever he tries to do something.
Yeah, and so he left. And he left. I think he went to HBO after that. He went elsewhere because they were like being dicks about it. And we know for a fact what they were going to try to do to him would have sucked because we saw the example of that immediately after Chappelle's show went away. It was called Mind of Mencia. And it is not remembered well.
I ran alongside it for a while. But I think what really, like, I don't know, Key and Peele, they're usually hit and miss with me. But they have their own show on there. And I felt like that shit was pretty lame.
What was lame?
Key and Peele.
Who's Key and Peele?
Or Key and Peele. Now, this is a real conversation. This is what we should have kicked off with, discussing comedy.
Yeah.
Because this is stuff I love to discuss.
All right.
Like, gosh, I know a lot about comedians that I don't really need to use. But, like, do you think Louis C.K. is going to get his return eventually?
I hope so. I think he should.
I don't think he will as long as the Me Too movement's running strong. And I'm not saying destroy the Me Too movement, that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that, like, you know, people have to, like, move on from that because Weinstein is still going to trial over it, which is good.
But here's the
Predatory
thing.
piece of shit guy like that needs to be out of the business.
Yeah, but I don't think... Here's the thing. Me Too is happening because of him. Him getting... Like, him actually... Bringing him to justice doesn't really have anything to do with the movement.
Well, the other problem is Weinstein's also no longer big in Hollywood. There's other celebrities that are probably... Or not celebrities, but producers that are far more guilty. Like, you know what's sad is the Me Too movement didn't kick off when Kesha came forward, talking about how Doc Oz used to keep her drugged up so no one would believe her when she started talking about all the molestations.
I didn't actually hear about this at all. What happened to Kesha?
Kesha was being kept essentially prisoner, a free prisoner, that is. The way he did it was by keeping Kesha.
Who's Doc Oz? I don't follow music.
Doc Oz is a producer for music.
Okay.
And he was just essentially kept or drugged up and raped.
Wow.
Like, you know, just kept using her and doing whatever he wanted, you know, demanding favors for publicity and shit like that. That's pretty fucked up.
That's pretty fucked up. So he was basically drugging her and raping her and...
He was essentially Weinsteining her. I don't think it was Cosbying her. It was just Weinstein level shit where it's like, oh, you're gonna.
It sounds like it's like dope. It's not opioids.
How famous do you want to be? How low on the pole can you get?
All right, so that's still kind of that casting couch bullshit, which is basically what Weinstein was. Weinstein was doing a more aggressive version of that. It's like, and here's the thing. It's like I feel like my problem with the Me Too movement is it's like, okay, we're calling to attention these criminal acts these people are doing. All right, fine. I'm all for that. Let's go after them. My issue is it became, at least for like a minute, for like 5 minutes, a platform where we're going to fuck with people that really we shouldn't be fucking with. I don't think they shouldn't have...
The moment they went after Aziz Ansari, because he had a crappy date and bad sex with what sounds like the most awkward woman to ever exist.
Yeah, exactly. There's that. There's, there's Louis C.K. Louis C.K., it's like, I think he asked... two women is like, can I masturbate in front of you? And after having watched his show now, It's like, yeah, that sounds like something he would do, actually. Like, especially like him and like Nick DiPaolo and a lot of those New York comedians. They're kind of like weird and fucked up. You know, they're not really bad or harmful, but it's like, yeah, like it's like I can basically see like he's talking to this woman and like things working out, and he's essentially he asked her, hey, do you want to have sex? But he said it in his weird classic way, because you know, and they said no, and then years later, yeah, that made me feel really uncomfortable, and I had to work with him, and career ruined. Meanwhile, there's another girl that he brought forward.
Look at it. You go to jail.
What's that?
Like, if you're on the bus, nobody wants to see that. If you're in your trailer and someone won't leave, yeah, by all means, jerk them out.
I didn't hear anything what you just said. Say it again.
Say, if you're on a bus, they'll put you in jail for that kind of shit. But if you're in your trailer, you know...
Yeah.
I'm not excusing his behavior to say that, like, you know, he has some authority over his trailer.
I mean...
The only thing that I can see, though, is that, like, you know, he made a woman very uncomfortable because he made an advance that was unwanted.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like, oh, you're not getting out of here until you fucking suck this knob, bitch.
Exactly. That's the thing, and it's entirely possible. That's really it's. I've had situations where it's like, hey,
you want to do you want to bump uglies, and it's like, nah, you're too ugly to bump uglies. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's really what it sounds like it was, and it's like, you know, I've had situations where it's like, hey, do you want to have sex? No. It's like someone could come back to me and like say like years later, it's like, hey, it made me really uncomfortable when you asked me out. Could we have sex?
You told me to suck your dick the other day. Made me very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're gonna ruin my career.
I know. I'm gonna find your SO.
You're well, yeah. You know, I mean, you know, we're
did it while you were in the military. I'm gonna sue the American government.
Well, I'm fine with that. Just cut me in on it. So, but like, yeah, I don't think it was okay for what happened to him. I don't think it was okay what happened to Al Franken. They went after Stallone, and it was basically proved it was bullshit. They went after Stan Lee, like right before all this shit went down with Stan Lee, with his daughter and of all these people screwing with him went down. And it got out of control. Whereas here's the thing: Cosby was already going to trial. Weinstein's what kicked off Me Too. I think the only thing that's really come out of Me Too that I think is genuinely positive, that in terms of actually finding two people. I think there's only two real cases of actually finding a bad guy and actually getting some positive results from it would be Kevin Spacey and Roy Moore from Alabama. I think that's like that maybe Donald Trump.
A child molester.
Yeah.
But
well, and Kevin Spacey, even then Kevin Spacey
would be so sad because I'm a big fan of his work. Like he's a really good character actor. Then I find that out and I'm just like, well, damn. Now I can't watch any more. I can watch movies he's already made because he's not going to make a dime off those. He's not getting royalties. But
hey, look, listen, Kevin Spacey's in a movie. I'll fucking watch it. I mean, it sounds like Kevin Spacey. It sounds like the deal with him is he got a little too close with this young actor, and it's like, all right, and that's coming out, and it's like, okay, you want to press charges? All right. Oh, is it because I'm gay? No, Kevin. We always kind of knew you were gay. It's not about that. It's like that's not inappropriate behavior.
Yeah, the problem is Kevin's reaction was like, oh, it's because I'm gay, and I'm like, no, Kevin. This isn't 1940s Hollywood.
I mean, it's kind of nice that you're coming out of the closet. I mean, I wish it was under better circumstances, but it was like, just because I feel like, I would prefer honesty in these things. It was like, you know, but yeah, I mean, it's my side on
I think
these
that was a bad deflection. I think that was him, you know, finally being honest about his sexuality, but not wanting to be honest about his intent with that kid.
Exactly. And that's really what it boils down to, is he's trying to deflect, like, what he did that was wrong. Roy Moore, straight up.
Slimy. And I was very upset with him for that. Like, I remember reading that and being like, Kev, you should not have done that. You had a chance.
Yeah, and by the way, since I have made a fool of myself on Facebook about this right now, and I think we've talked about this extensively, I would just like to say right now, yes, I am fully endorsing not only Bill Cosby going to jail and the verdict, but I've reversed on my previous statement. I initially thought, like, hey, this was like I suspected that this was some bullshit and shouldn't have happened, and like that, like this is some 30-year-old incident that, like, you know, why you're going after an old man. Yeah, it turns out the most recent one, the one he actually went to jail for, that was like 15 years ago. That was well the fuck after the Cosby Show. This is a thing that fucking Cosby does. Cosby's a rapist. Cosby's going to jail as a violent
It's
fucking offender.
sad too, because Cosby was like outspoken about the black community and all that other stuff. Turns out he's just shitty rapist. I'm just like,
one of my
damn,
favorite
Cosby. Why is nobody? Why is it that we can't have a single fucking clean hero? Like, Bernie Sanders is up there, too fucking clean to touch. No fucking. They're going after him because he has multiple houses. Because he has 4 houses. He's been working in Congress for 20 years. Median salary is $200,000.
Yeah, no, big fucking deal. He's got a bunch of houses. Who gives a fuck? I mean, but
I get a big old deal about it because there's like, well, he's preaching about socialism. That means he should give up his houses. And I'm like, he's not a fucking communist, you goddamn redneck retard.
Yeah, but okay. Do you remember Eddie Murphy Raw? One of my favorite Eddie Murphy stand-ups of all time.
No, I've only watched Delirium.
I believe this is off of Eddie Murphy Raw, but like this is Eddie Murphy brought up Cosby because
Cosby was bitching at him.
Cosby was bitching at him.
You could tell him you could suck my dick.
Yeah, and Richard Pryor said you could tell Cosby to have a coke and a smile and suck my dick. It's like and there you go. I'm sorry. Now we find out years later, Cosby's a fucking rapist. It's like, yeah, Cosby, you lose the right to fucking lecture me about saying bad words when you have to fucking feel the need to exert your power over a woman and rape her. Regardless of the fact that you got tons of money, you're fucking married. Any woman who just out of like would just see you on the street would probably sleep with you anyway, and you got tons of money. Hookers.
Sociopathy.
It's sociopathy. Yeah, rape is about power. It is. It's about like they've got to feel like they're in control over someone. So I'm sorry, and you know what? At the end of the day, the decency police should need to take this home. They're not going to. But Eddie Murphy cursed like a sailor, Richard Pryor cursed like a sailor and whatnot. Good people, never raped anybody. Cosby, Mr. Clean Cut Jello Pudding, been a rapist for years. I thought this was just like I really thought that this was maybe something
like a one-off 40 years ago before he met his wife.
Yeah, I thought it was some incident that happened years ago. No, this has been chronically happening for years. Every couple of years, back to Pennywise, back to It. Every couple of years, Cosby got to rape somebody. It's like, what the fuck?
It's that boy.
It's like it's a horror movie. I swear to God, it's very appropriate that we bring this up in Halloween. But it's like, yeah, one of my things I was going to do to you in Metal Chronicles, which we wound up not doing. Remember that drug trip that I put you through? Okay, so the internet doesn't... Well, nobody watches our games anyway. But for those of you who watched Metal Chronicles, there was a thing I was going to do for Malmodo, for Braca, since your character was overpowered and just supposed to be an observer anyway. And we did like a test session with Oxenius, but we never wound up releasing it. For a variety of reasons... including Oxenius potentially being a bitch and me being insensitive. And it was really gay. Oxenius and I wound up crying and then embracing and hugging. It was really gay. It was really gay.
Wait, that's not gay. That's romantic.
It's gay and romantic. That's true. It's, getting teared up thinking about it. Anyway, the point is that like during the fight with the flesh golems, what was going to be happening to Malmodo over here was Braca was going to interact with a rat who was smoking Romulan marijuana. He was going to eat the rat and then go on a drug trip. So one of the things I intended for you to do was, like, while you're having the drug trip, it's like it starts off, you're like, I think I put you in Code of Honor from the Next Generation episode. You're talking to, it's the most racist episode of Next Generation where Picard's talking to, like, this African king of this one planet. He was like, a Code of Honor protects one Captain Picard like a magic cloak. And then I was going to have, like, on your next turn, he was just going to morph into Bill Cosby. And you'd suddenly discover that the drink that you're having was drugged, and, like, Cosby was just going to, like, molest you. And, like, all of a sudden
there's always room for Jello pudding.
All those room for Jello. He was going to be looming over you. It was like Cosby just got convicted, and I was going to do this. And it was like, and on top of that, like, all of a sudden it was like going to be like Get Out. You were falling into the sunken place. But it was just Cosby's head instead. And then the white girl from Get Out was gonna cop. I was like, "You're my favorite. I'm gonna miss you." And it was like, yeah, I was gonna do a whole. And then you're gonna wake up, and then there's
Think about Get Out. Like, one of the things I noticed is like that woman has to go out and collect black men.
Yeah.
And it's like, how many bases do they get with her every time?
Yeah.
And it's like, then they go and be like her cousin or whatever. Their brain gets put in there, and it's like, yeah, fuck that body. Nice.
Well, but yeah, that's the thing. It's you were yeah,
He
like
clipped it off.
sorry. Can you hear me?
I do have internet.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm looking for gifts again.
Eduardo?
What? Hi, can you hear me?
Oh,
Hello.
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you?
Yeah,
Hear me?
for a second.
Okay. Yeah. It's I'm looking for gifts again. Um, but yeah, like so what was gonna happen again eventually was you were gonna wake up and you're gonna be in the chair and Stephen Root was gonna be talking to you on the TV and you're gonna be like, why lizard people? And it's like oh, don't worry about that. They think lizards are in. I don't want you for that. I want your tongue, boy. I want your lizard tongue. I was gonna do something crazy, and it was like you were gonna be the lizard version of.
Yes, I'd be like, ah.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah,
Ask me if I eat ass. My character just starts screaming, ah!
then you break out and impale dude.
Out of my head, Charles! Get out of my head!
Get out of my head, Charles. So like yeah, but that's what I was gonna do. So anyway, yeah, Cosby, I agree with you too at this point. It's like, yeah, you know what? Initially, me and my dad were like, he's 90 years old. He should probably get house arrest. At this point, like, no, lock him the fuck up. Lock him the fuck up. I'll always love the Cosby Show. I'll always appreciate his achievements and the stuff that he did that was good. But it's like, yeah, you hurt people. Fuck off.
It's insanity, too. Like, though they took for... Like, Bill Cosby is how old, and he's been doing this for how long? It just shows how difficult it is to be a victim. Like, this could just be our rape episodes. We keep coming back to it. But,
yeah.
like I was talking about earlier about you with the Michael Bay movies and Transformers.
Yeah.
Like, they have trauma for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And, there's people that feel bad because they had sexual excitement while being raped.
Mm-hmm.
And so now they have this very hard stigma about sex, and they feel guilty for enjoying themselves like it couldn't have been rape if they were enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of fucked up stuff that can happen to these people
rape
where they don't come forward. And it's like, Bill Cosby's been raping for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Do you imagine, like, how long a rapist can go? Like, every now and again I hear about, like, guy comes forward, turned out he raped and murdered a bunch of women, and it finally grew onto his conscience where he had to do something about it. Did all that raping and murdering back in *64.
Well, you ever heard of Jimmy Savile?
No, who's that?
Jimmy Savile is a British comedian who he did a lot of people really liked him. He did a lot of stuff. He also like contributed a lot of charities and things like that. And turns out they found out years later that he's a terrible child molester. And it's like, and he lived his entire. It happened after he died that all this came out. And and it was like on his gravestone, his gravestone was removed, and his gravestone actually said it was good while it lasted. That's how long that's how far they can get away from it. It's like their whole life if they're clever about it and lucky, and that's the sad, horrible thing.
Teach you to be a good sociopath. Like, if you could separate your murder and rape in life from your regular life far enough,
yeah,
to where they never overlap, you could just be murder rapist on however long you can do it, days a week, without getting caught.
I mean, fortunately, it's like it's that's rare. It's like a lot of times, a lot of criminals will eventually get caught. It's it's
most people can't do it.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying,
but
like,
every now and then, some piece of shit gets lucky.
It's one of my favorite things to do is roll for random encounter, and every now and again I go, do they encounter a sociopath? Like, there's plenty of actual sociopaths in the world walking around. They don't act any different from you and me, except for, like, seeming like more of a dick, I guess. But otherwise, like, you rarely have the real criminal sociopath. The sociopaths you'll meet are just like that lady that believes she deserves the best treatment ever at fucking Walmart. Doesn't matter who the fuck you think she is. She's the customer and she's right, god damn it. Like, people like that. Mm-hmm. But then every now and again, it's like, you had to encounter a murderer.
Yeah. It happens more often than you think. It's like, there's I think it was Thomas. There was someone. Okay. Tangent no jutsu. All right. So there was a really awesome
You say
sci-fi
Tangent
show.
no Jitsu?
Tangent no Jitsu. Yeah, I did.
God damn it, Eddie.
I did a
That's it.
believe it.
Go on.
So
No.
there was a really
You're
awesome like 90s / early aughts sci-fi show called Invisible Man, and the main character Darian Fox would always have like a quote at the end of the episode, and I forget who it was. I think it might have been. I forget who it was, but there's some famous person said, "We are rewarded with our paranoia, but no, we are rewarded by our fears we're rewarded by our suspicions for getting exactly what we expected." And then the character Darian Foss adds to the point, and that's why paranoia doesn't help you, because as much as you think that people are out to get you, you have no idea. And I think it's kind of just true of the nature of reality. And this, as a Lovecraft fan, it's like there's so much you don't know, like right outside your doorstep, right out. There's so much. There's so much. Yeah, you and I have probably interacted with many murderers, and never even realized it. Never had any fucking clue.
I only care if they try to murder me.
Yeah, well, but it's the thing. You wouldn't possibly know, because we can't.
It's relevant unless they're trying to murder me.
Unless they're trying to murder you, then you know. Then it's like, oh, it's a murderer.
You're sitting there being like, oh, this guy's a murderer.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm thunking it.
Well, back to our favorite topic of this episode, rape. I found out, earlier this year that like an English teacher I had years ago in high school had a bunch of kiddie porn on his phone. He's in jail now, and it was really fucked up for me finding that out. It was like I got along with the guy really well. We were really close. It was like he was introduced me to like existentialism and literature and whatnot. And turns out he was probably checking me out the entire time.
Wait, Eddie, that's like the one problem a lot of straight guys make, is they're always like, oh man, I can't be around a gay guy. They're probably trying to fuck me.
No, the problem isn't that he's gay and he was trying to fuck me. The problem is that I was like 15 at the time. That's the
yeah, but is a pedophile as in a heterosexual or homosexual pedophile? Or was it literally just straight up pedophilia bisexuality? Raised into both, they just had to be kids.
Well, if it was a hot teacher and I was young and stupid, I wouldn't have been bothered by it. I find that interesting now that it bothers me now. It's like that's called growing up. That's growing up. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean the teacher's interested in you? We're reporting that. Yeah, I find like there's this adult thing clicks in my brain. No, you stay away from them kids. It's like whereas like, because on the flip side, I also had a really hot female English teacher, and I was like, oh man, I'd so love to bang this lady, and it was like and of course nothing happened because she's not a criminal, and like it's like when you're a kid, that's like the most awesome thing ever, but when you're adult, like it just flips. It's like, oh yeah, no, that ain't okay. That's not all right. If you're a good person, at least.
I really wanted to get with one of my teachers long after the fact. Like, she was a really nice gal. We got along. We were just like sit around and chat to the point where people thought that there was something going on, but there was never anything going on.
Yeah.
Which is silly in itself, but like in the retrospect, she seemed like a nice gal. Like it's the kind of girl I'd date.
Well, it's like you're adults now, so it's like, hey.
I had to look her up. She's only like 7 years older than me.
Well, then there's that. So,
dude, she was like super young, fresh teacher, fresh out of college, and she was a little thing. She was like 5 foot tall, really cute. And I was goth kid back then, but I was also a beanpole, because if I look like I did now, but it was also goth, I think I'd scare a lot more people. And I still manage to scare people periodically.
Yeah. Just
by being a big, tall guy.
Yeah.
Well, not that tall, but just a big guy. And, but yeah, like, first day I see her, it's first day at school, and I had not slept all summer. Mm-hmm. Like, all I did was fuck off and play video games. Yeah. Like a proper goth.
Of course.
Anyhow, so the teacher is, like, setting up assigned seats, and I am out of it. I am, like, just floating in, I'm, like, all slumped down deep in my chair, half asleep, just, like, dead to the world.
Yeah.
And, like, I'm not, like, laying my head on the desk, because I know better than that, because I'd just be right out. Because she said, I'm assigning seats. So I'm just all sunken down in the chair.
Yeah.
And this poor lady, like, I scared the crap out of her, because, like, she comes walking up to me, and she says, you need to move over there. I don't hear her. Mm-hmm. I'm, like, sitting there, And I hear her distantly the first time. It's like, oh, you need to get up. So she says it again, and I'm like, oh crap. So I jolt up because I'm always awkward like that.
Yeah.
And I remember her going from like, being at like, seeing her chin at the height I was at to her like, looking at like eye level to my nipples. And it's just like jumped up. Her eyes went really wide because I startled the crap out of her by getting up so quickly. And I'm like, oh, sorry, I'll move now. I'm just really tired. And like it immediately diffused the situation. But it was still the funniest thing because I remember
you were gonna murder her. It was like you
were like, I was gonna fucking up and kill her in the middle of class.
You were like patient zero in a zombie outbreak. That's why
I'm wearing all my black clothes and chains and shit. And I'm just like so fucking tired. The only thing I'd have murdered then was coffee.
I'm now picturing an alternate universe where there's a Bella Swan in your class who's like, he's not normal.
Hey, Eddie, next time I go to the club, though, you could talk to the door guy. He has pictures of me when I was that thin. You wouldn't believe how scrawny I was.
Awesome. I probably should goth out next time we go there.
Oh, if you want.
Yeah, speaking of Halloween, I don't have the, I don't have the clothes for it.
You don't have any Halloween clothes?
No.
Over here, if you could stand to drive 50 miles.
Okay.
You could come to a Halloween party on the 27th.
All right, give me a, I don't know. You know what? I should go as a Ghostbuster.
You should.
I should get a proton pack. That'd be freaking awesome. That'd be great.
Be a male Ghostbuster and talk about how great it is to have a penis.
Yeah, exactly. And how all
Ghostbusters girl Ghostbuster and complain about stuff like boobs and titty.
Well, because the reason that movie is bad is because it's all women. You know that.
Yeah, that's the entire reason why it's bad, because they put women in.
It's not that it's a shitty movie or whatnot, but it's
No, of course not. It's not terrible for the sake of being terrible because of its choice of, words or scenes or fucking plot or anything like that. Yeah. It's bad just because human beings, had the audacity to have vaginas while portraying fictional characters. Those guys.
I mean, it's not like there are other female characters that people love and adore, and that came out that year that people like, I don't know, Wonder Woman, the greatest female superhero of all time.
I don't like Wonder Woman.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sorry, the movie was just a pathetic ploy to get money.
Well, that's another debate. Thanks for killing my joke again, Malmodo.
I'm sorry, I can't let you just let it slip out, because every time someone says, Wonder Woman's a great movie, I'm like, no,
that's the reason why that's the reason why that joke failed. That joke failed because you ruined it, not because my joke sucked. It's not like I'm not funny.
The woman wrote your joke.
It's not like my jokes are shit.
No, Eddie, we just gotta admit, a woman wrote that joke, and that's why it's bad.
That's right, exactly. That's all it is. That's all.
But yeah, make your costume, come out and get wasted with me.
Speaking of an awesome Plinkett review, the Ghostbuster, the 2017 Ghostbusters review of his is really great.
I can't just sit here and suck Plinkett's non-existent dick.
Yeah, like my penis fell off in 1917.
No, his cat ate it.
His cat ate it. Look.
He was fucking his cat, and it went crazy and bit his dick off.
No, he was watching the moon landing. It's like, look, kitty. Look, it's the moon's coming out. It's amazing. It's amazing. And bit his dick off. Wait, then how was he able to jerk off? How was he able to jerk off to the Olsen twins in like the Star Wars prequel preview? Continuity error. By the way, worth seeing. Space Cop. Space Cop is awesome. Go see Space Cop.
See Space Truckers.
Space Cop is the #1 film in Uganda.
What, you haven't seen Space Truckers either?
No. Why? Talking about like a Red Letter Media thing.
Oh.
Yeah, they made a movie. They made Space Cop.
About the real movie.
It's pretty great. Space Cop is pretty awesome.
Sounds great. I might have heard it, but I love being a guy because I could just laugh about some other guy losing his dick. It's like the worst, most painful thing that could happen to another guy, but you hear about it and you just start laughing. Like when you hear the Lorena Bobbitt thing. It's the worst thing. It's a guy who's mutilated by a woman. If it happened in reverse, people would be like, fucking making sure that guy went to the gallows.
Yeah.
But, Yeah, but he was apparently a horrible asshole, so it's okay that it happened to him as well. Like, I have no problem with her chopping his dick off because it's comedic. Like, it's so fucking funny to hear about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you ever think girls sit there and laugh at shit like that? Like, our boobs get lopped off.
I mean, it kind of reminds me of
We need a girl. That's what we need. We need a girl to join in with the conversation so we can just sit here and bullshit with her.
We need a lady. We need a lady up in here. Maybe we get Anita to be part of the podcast.
Just throw that out there. Be like, we're looking. Oh wait, you can get that transsexual one.
Well, I tried. She didn't. She never responded, unfortunately. So.
Aww.
Iron Liz, if you're out there, we want to play D&D with you. You're an awesome.
All by myself.
Iron Liz, I know you're living in
Don't wanna be all by myself.
I know you're living in Curacao, but you're great, and you need to play D&D with us, and you need to join our podcast.
She doesn't watch your videos, man.
I know she doesn't, but I wish she did. So you need to introduce me to Lord Cat. That'd be great. And then we'll have some really awkward conversation. He'll never talk to me again. That's
About what?
I don't know. I'll probably just fanboy out, and it was like, I really like your D&D games. That's why I do D&D online. It's like, it's great. He'll just hang up and talk to me.
You're like, great. I inspired you to be my competition. Now I must crush you.
Oh shit! Actually, I haven't been back to like his YouTube page in a long time. I haven't. What?
No, don't go looking. You're gonna start clipping out again.
Yeah. I'm not gonna do that.
We have a low bandwidth modem.
Could be. No, but I was I haven't they haven't played D&D in a while, I think, but I haven't checked out his YouTube page in a long time. It's like, 'cause his bread and butter is doing podcasts.
So hard to kill one fly. It is the most entertaining shit in the world.
You have a fly running around?
It's actually like a tree hopper that got in, and it keeps flying around periodically, and the dog's just like, this thing that flies, it must end.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I'm glad your animals are doing their job and are actually,
No, this is the most sedate, uninteresting pit bull ever.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very good boy, non-violent, but apparently he wants to murder himself with motherfucking bugs.
That's a good thing. Earn your keep.
Did you eat him? Oh, no, he's up here. Blue. Okay. I love this dog.
Cats are great for these things, too.
Oh, yes. I finally got to see Nisha again.
Okay. Oh, Zach's cat?
No, Nisha.
Which one's Nisha? I don't know who Nisha is. Who's Nisha?
Hello?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. Isn't Nisha your dog?
No, Hanisha.
Hanisha?
You there?
Ken or Han?
Hanisha.
Hanisha.
Hen.
Hanisha. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a very sweet girl, too.
Yeah, she's a sweet doggy. And she was very sweet. She was happy to see you. And, yeah, she's doing good. She's a cutie.
For those of y'all that will never get the opportunity to see his wonderful, wonderful husky doggy, it's a real treasure. She's got bichromia. No, she's got 2 colored eyes.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, and she's the sweetest, most happiest dog in the world, and I love her.
She is. So glad she pulled through.
Yeah, I'm glad she's doing good. So,
I can't believe that.
Bit of a scare here.
I'm still amazed that you managed to like clean that lady up, and she came back to actually be a help. Like, I'm so used to shit going bad.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna go see her tomorrow, actually.
Neat.
But we're gonna talk about this stuff. We should probably end the stream though, because now we're getting into personal details. But it's like, anything else you want to say about like Dragon, like the anime shows, or like Netflix sucking?
doesn't have enough rape. No,
What do I call this episode?
none.
Dreadpirate and Malmodo talk about rape.
Oh, we do. Hey, want to discuss rape? Yeah, let's discuss rape.
Oh, get Chris Hansen on here. Like,
Excuse me, young gentleman.
why don't you come over here for a minute? Why don't you come here? Why'd you come here today? Why'd you come here?
What's going on?
What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Okay. No, because we were talking about like a goblin something.
Goblin Slayer.
Goblin Slayer. All right. And then Avatar: The Last Airbender, and then all I remember is rape. That's terrible. I have a rape Okay, so there's a zombie movie called Rape Zombie. It's exactly
What?
Yeah, it's exactly what you think it is.
Hentai?
Well, but it's live action.
Is it softcore porn?
Basically, I think it's like a softcore zombie comedy. But what is it with like Japanese, like, I guess horror movies, or like Japanese like material and girls cutting themselves? Like, unfortunately, I can list like multiple things where there's been a young Japanese schoolgirl who has some urge to cut herself at a certain point.
That sounds hot. No.
I don't get the cutting thing. I don't understand, like, why is this a...
Self-mutilation's a pretty common thing, but also they have, like, I guess because of the honor killings. I don't know if they had honor killings. They might have. But,
Seppuku?
What?
Seppuku?
Depaku?
Seppuku.
Seppuku. No. That's honorable death through suicide. But honor killings is where, like seppuku. But I think they might have a easier view of killing oneself. You know.
But it's just like, okay, I can name several, like three, and three that's like science. It's like Rape Zombie. There's a character who feels the need to cut herself. And like does so like ridiculous. Like she like gouges her freaking arm open, in like The Office, because she feels bad. Like she screwed up and spilled coffee on somebody by accident. Then there's like, okay, Tokyo Gore Police, main character Tokyo Gore Police. She's a cutter, because reasons. And then there's like Yo-Yo Girl Cop, or Tokyo Girl Cop, where like that whole thing has to do with like suicidal teens that cut themselves. And but also throws in the fun, you know, when your premise is about a young superhero who uses a yo-yo, you of course want most of your movie to be about suicide bombings, because that's fun.
That sounds great.
And then there's like Life, that terrible live action drama like high school setting thing, which is all about like a Japanese girl like getting abducted and tortured and miserable shit happening. What the fuck is wrong with Japan? Why? What the fuck?
What is right with Japan, you mean?
That's a good question. It's just like, I just want to watch Cowboy Bebop. How come the characters in Cowboy Bebop are so well adjusted?
That's because they're in the future.
So what you're saying is like Japan's not going to get its shit together until like 100 years from now when we live in space?
No, the world isn't going to get its shit together.
But it's just like, that's like four things from Japan, like, that were big with the whole anime movement, the whole like 90s anime thing. Those were several things, trashy things that came over and that we watched. I don't know about Rape Zombie. Rape Zombie I think is a more recent movie, actually. But like that came over and were a big deal over here, where it involves a young Japanese girl cutting herself. Why?
I don't know, Eddie.
I just
don't know.
That's not even a thing over here. We're into girls like killing themselves over Facebook. You know,
yeah.
And then coming back as a ghost that wants to unfriend you.
No, how about the tapes? I'm gonna send you 28 tapes because I killed myself because of you. Man, I just throw those things in the trash. What is this? It's like a bad chain letter. They're like, oh, by the way, this is the 13th. Like, did she send the tapes telling you who she's gonna send all the tapes to? No. She kills herself, leaves all these tapes behind. I mean, the moment they showed up on my door, they just go in the trash. I'd be like,
yeah, I'm not watching this. See that?
Fucking crap. And it's like, oh, she killed herself and she sent me tapes? Nothing good can come of this.
See,
Goodbye, tapes.
And you and I aren't even sociopaths. Like, it's like you know, like what? Well, again,
I'm a sociopath.
No, you're not.
Yeah, it's true. You know,
you're an asshole. You're not a sociopath.
I want to make a lot of money.
You're an asshole. You're not a sociopath. There's a difference. No, but like, yeah, like, okay, yeah, seriously, like, okay, well,
naive, Eddie. Go on.
well, again, one of the follies of like of people of some suicides is that like thinking that the idea that people will remember you when you're gone, or people will like, and that it's not true. They won't. They'll get on with their lives, and they'll it's really
Just not mimic suicides over that show, where people are like, "Oh, I'll get back at those people," but it's probably they tried to mimic it, but they're too stupid to send out the fucking notes because they're dumb enough to kill themselves.
The thing is, if the person doesn't care in the first place, then it's not gonna do anything.
Yeah,
it's like, I mean,
what you do is
if you're going through that, you're probably not thinking straight in the first place. So
are we still being recorded?
Yes.
Oh, well then I should be more sensitive to the needs of others. If you're thinking about killing yourself, just fucking do it, you pussy. No, yeah, I understand some people are more sensitive.
Malmodo does not represent the thoughts and feelings of Dreadpirate. He does not represent the thoughts and feelings of Mr. Edward Peeler. So.
No, I don't have sympathy for suicides. I really just can't muster the effort. Mm-hmm. Because essentially what you're saying is either A, you lose the Darwin Awards, you're chosen to stop your genes from carrying on because of a mental deficiency, or B, you're so selfish that you won't, like, wait around for anybody else to help you and stuff like that, that you want other people to suffer by killing yourself.
Well, I think the other issue is the fact the matter of depression. It's like the problem is at the end of the day we are chemically based beings, and sometimes and it's a real thing, you know. Depression is something people.
Oh yeah, I know depression's a real thing. Don't worry.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, you know, it's a scary thing for someone who's not depressed when you care about someone to worry that like they might take their life, and it's like, and there's really nothing you can do about it other than just like watch them. Like, how far do you go? To the point where you might have to bake her.
It's like me trying to stop my brother from, you know, getting on with his stuff. And my brother was on drugs for a long time before he killed himself. Yeah. And the thing that happened with him, though, is like, you know, he chose drugs over me. Like, you know, he literally beat my ass to go do some drugs. Because I was between him and the drugs. And I'm like, you know what? At that point, he doesn't care. He cares more about the drugs. Admittedly, yeah, the drugs ensnare you. Yes, you could become, like, you know, a slave to them and so forth. I understand addiction. But at the same time, my brain at the other side went, well, he just cares about that more right now. And so he slowly went down the deeper and deeper druggy lifestyle. I don't know how he expected to rebound at the end. Well, he didn't, obviously. Yeah. But, you know, when he killed himself, I was prepared for it long before it happened. And, like, you know, my family likes to think that he didn't kill himself, so they tell himself, like, you know, oh, even though there's no other signs or evidence of people being around, you know, he was murdered. And it's like, no, don't lie. Just be honest and say that you were such shitty family that he killed himself, and that'll do it. But dark shit in my past aside, I am familiar with suffering and sadness and depression and stuff like that, and people killing themselves and stuff like that. It's just, for me, like, you know, I don't have enough, either I am the sociopath that I say that I am self to be, and I don't have the sympathy to care for people on that level, or B, it's like, you know, I've logically come to a conclusion that, you know, if you choose to kill yourself, you're doing one of two favors to society or others. You're either getting rid of your, you know, potentially defective brain from passing on to further generations, or you've just generally prevented yourself from constantly, you know, bringing down others around you. Because once you're dead, you get forgotten. That's all it is. You don't get remembered. That's bullshit. Mm-hmm. Everybody just forgets you at different rates. And some people are like, oh, I hold the candle, I'm holding vigil. And most of the time, that's just them to make it about themselves. They don't actually, they aren't revivifying your image or your memory. They're just doing it to say, you know, oh, pity me, because I'm going through something right now, instead of moving on with my life.
Well, I mean,
I'm a bit cold.
I mean, I don't know. It may just be your reaction to it. It's like, it depends. It's like, I mean, I want to part of me wants to act like I'm more super sensitive, but I mean, I think it depends on the person. If the person was of value and did something to enrich my life and was someone I cared for, yeah, I don't want them to commit suicide. I want them to live. I want them to overcome. I want them to not give in to whatever is.
Oh no, there's nothing wrong with encouraging the living to continue living.
Yeah. But it's yeah. I mean, it's the thing is, it's like if the person was a piece of shit, it's like, all right, good job, good, yeah, save the world.
Yeah, no one cares that Hitler committed suicide.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do care. I mean, that's the thing. I don't like the fact that like a lot of murderers commit suicide.
Oh, that they got away with it.
If you're gonna go to trouble, if you're gonna shoot up like 20 people, murder 20 people, and then the cops get there too late, you've already offed yourself. No, go fuck yourself. If you're gonna go take away.
We're gonna revive you so we can kill you again.
Exactly. No. Fuck yeah. If you're gonna do that, no, we're gonna send you to hell.
People that go suicide by cop are also big pussies too, when you think about it. Because they're just sitting there saying, "I can't do it myself, so I'm gonna sow as much sorrow and awfulness before I go that they have to shoot me.
Yeah.
So I won't put the gun."
I don't have any sympathy for guys that do that.
Yeah, like the guy at the Pulse, man. You know, there's points where you're just like, I wish they did have the technology to keep you alive through multiple shots to the fucking, chest and head. Like, if they could shoot you as many times as you shot everybody else on your way out, I'd love it.
Yeah. It's, I mean, that's like.
But that's dramatic.
At the end of the day, they're doing the world a favor by killing themselves, because it's like, all right, so like, if all you can bring to the world is awfulness and evil and just and murdering innocent people who are just trying to have fun, then yeah, go ahead and remove yourself from the society. I would just appreciate if you gave us the opportunity to do it for you, because I'll do it for you if you're gonna do shit like that. But
if you go and do some Minority Report stuff,
yeah,
you will. Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, we need that level of technology, basically. Well, this conversation got fun. So
yeah, I know. We get to talk about suicide,
rape, murder, suicide.
Suicide. We should just go through the 7 deadly sins, man.
Cosby.
About lust and sloth. Because we did talk about lust. Rape has a lot to do with lust. It also has to do with power. But at the end of the day, there is some lust for something.
Well, yeah.
It would just manifest itself as like, tying someone up or kidnapping them if it didn't have any of those aspects.
It's supposed to be a fun Halloween podcast. Now it's so unpleasant.
I mean, talking about the sins of humanity is fun to me.
I guess.
So, could you imagine if every conversation you had was with God?
Every conversation we have is with God.
God's omniscient. He's eavesdropping, but you're not talking to God.
I am. I feel like I am. I feel like he's right here. He's in this conversation with us.
He's eavesdropping. He's peeping.
That's what's really going on here. What's really going on here is this roundtable discussion, atheist and Christian, just like sociopathic, like dude, with shitty Catholic God. That's what's going on right here.
No, I hate to always come off as more immoral, because then once people find out I'm an atheist, they're like, "Oh, makes sense. Atheists are immoral," and I'm like, "Not really."
Yeah.
It's like I'm profane because I'm mad at stuff, but I think I've got plenty of moral fiber.
Yeah.
I have regular fiber shits all the regular morals.
Well, actually, okay, bring it back to a pleasant conversation. It was like, well, sort of, because we're going to talk about rape again. Yeah.
Oh.
Again, like
pleasant.
Yeah. Okay, Bill Cosby, you have absolutely no fucking right to lecture Eddie Murphy or Richard Pryor on a goddamn fucking thing. If you, Mr. like Jello Puddin' Pop, America's Dad, and you're secretly raping women, yeah, I will take the foul mouth of Richard Pryor and Eddie Murphy any fucking day of the week. It's like, at least they're good people, at least they're honest, and there's no bullshit.
Well, they found that people that curse often are more sincere, and I hate bringing up that reference point, because it's always like, oh, but you curse a lot. You're just trying to toot your own horn. It's like, I'm also incredibly neurotic. So I don't know what the sign of neurotic people are.
Yeah.
Probably just mumbling to themselves. I don't know. But no, like I know a lot of people that are holier than thou. Like that's It's probably half the problem with my family. But holier than thou people often use it as an escape for their shortcomings to be holier than thou.
Yeah.
They're not actually better. They just want to tell you how you're supposed to be better.
Yeah, they want to pretend that they're better. Well, our president does that. Our glorious leader.
People do it every day. No one wants to believe that they're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
That's all I see, though. That's why the dog told me to get rid of them. I am the end of my goal.
God damn it. This conversation is so dark. It's so dark.
I'm not wearing any hockey pants.
All right, you know what? You mentioned dogs, so I'm going to bring back the conversation to something that's much more important: furries. So animal people fucking. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about.
Wait, animal people fucking is in furries, or people fucking animals is in bestiality?
Furries.
Oh, okay.
Let's yiff. Let's do it.
Wait, we need a yiff?
When are we gonna do that first Sona game? When that's gonna happen?
Oh, I put on my wizard hat and robe.
I'm a fox boy and you're a wizard.
Yeah, you gotta say yiff, because that's the fox says.
Cast Big B's forceful hand.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, I have a lot of experience in that world. I spent a long time on a furry channel. Mm-hmm. Just, oh, hey, what's this? And I was going through puberty. And I was like, what? It's got sex in it. Well, I'm sold.
Yeah.
All the time, just trying to, and these people are trying to, have decent characters and excusing their amount of fuckery.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh yeah, people fuck. And I'm like, no, they don't fuck this often. But I'm okay with that, because there's a lot of porn flowing through my computer because of this.
It's like any type of erotica, more or less same thing. I mean, again, I'm a giant Ninja Turtles fan, so it's like I don't really see the difference. It's like, that's an anthropomorphic animal.
I'll have to show you some stuff then. No,
I've already seen it, sir. I've already seen plenty of Ninja Turtles.
Oh, you know who a Kubar is?
Huh? Who?
That's what I thought. You do not know the depravity that I have encountered on the internet. And how I'm sitting here stringing it through my fingers to bring you the best pieces.
Okay, fine, whatever. You automatically win. You realize this because I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy. I'm like, I'll put out the.
No, you're not going to argue back that you're a bigger pervert than me.
Yeah, I'm just.
You're like, fine, you could be the bigger pervert. I'm like, damn right.
You can win. You can win this one. Had the baby have his bottle.
Comedy.
Yes.
Rancid comedy.
What else happened?
I mean, you just want to go to general topics? Like, we're sitting here talking news amongst all of the rape stories. Oh, man.
I think the title of this is going to be Rape.
It's going to be funny. You'd probably get views.
So much.
So sitting there being like, this guy isn't talking about rape the way I want him to talk about rape.
I think so I'm going to listen to this when I'm done with it, and I think I'm going to make a drinking game out of it. Every time we say rape, take a shot.
Oh, then you have to talk about it after playing the drinking game.
And there's the title. Every time we say rape, take a shot.
Oh my gosh, no, we'll kill people.
Yes.
No.
It'll be a Halloween massacre. It'll be a Halloween massacre. It's like two YouTubers. Or one YouTuber and his friend.
You want to play a drinking game for Halloween? Just choose a word, and every time they say it, drink. They'll get so dead.
Okay, was I talking to you, or was I talking to the other Josh about drinking games? Where it's like, yeah, I think it was the other Josh. The way a drinking game should be played is every time you hear the word, you take a shot. You don't take a shot. You take a drink from whatever you're drinking. That's the way you're supposed to do it. Like, but some
if you're
people
drinking vodka,
you gotta do a shot of fucking vodka every single No, most drinking games cannot be finished.
No, I played one where we were playing with beers, and beer is not my favorite beverage. Mm-hmm. But it's considerably lighter than my favorite beverage, which is vodka. Yeah. And so what ended up happening is like, I found out that I have a decent amount of tolerance. I've lost it since then, but I have not kept up with my drinking game. But yeah, drinking games with beer is just a lot more burping. Oh my god, just so much burping.
But
Like I need to do it with wine. That's what I need to do. But I hate wine. I hate wine more than I hate beer.
well, but again, yeah, it's like seriously, try doing the labyrinth drinking game where you take a shot every time, like Sarah says it's not fair. You'll go blind.
Oh,
It's just no. You'll
that's
never.
masturbating. But no, I was thinking every time you see Jareth's gigantic bulge.
Every time I see David Bowie's cock, take a drink.
Now that bulge, this is like, what is that? Is that a cup? Is he wearing a cup?
No, that is David Bowie's gigantic cock. That's what that is.
No.
He did. Yes. Oh, you. Oh, trust me, honey. I know.
I don't.
Yeah. To quote Chappelle's show, that ain't no snake, honey.
You just reminded me of the scene from Scary Movie where the clown pulls him under the bed. The clown tries to escape. The tentacle cock wraps around its neck and drags it back in. For that.
Oh.
Man, what happened to good movies like that? I remember they're putting out like fucking a scary movie / mockery movie every fucking day. Like they put out all those scary movies. They put out Meet the Spartans. I think Meet the Spartans killed it because it was just so bad. Like my friends went and watched that while stoned, and they said weed couldn't even save that movie. It was just dumb.
Well, the thing is, though, the scary movies do suck, so I'm kind of happy those are not continuing.
But the scary movies don't suck. They're comedies.
They're bad comedies, though.
The problem is they're topical comedies. They don't stand up over time.
They don't stand up over time, but they're really not that funny to begin with. It's mostly just dick and fart jokes. It's like really, it was the reason why.
What do you need, Eddie? Do you need to sit there and hear about how they stand around the immaculate fucking Sistine Chapel, and one of the fucking cupids is like reminiscent of fucking Osteroth and yada yada.
Yes.
So you can have some intellectual biblical comedy.
Yes, of course.
No,
I like intelligent
humor.
humor.
This is one of those situations where you do not know what you want.
Look, listen. I can laugh at a fart like a normal person anytime I want, yes. But at the end of the day, if all you do is farts, you're not funny. And there is nothing worse than bad comedy. I know I've written plenty of it. So, I mean, that's worse than AIDS. It's like, no. You don't, and that's the thing, the Salzburg stuff, it's like, the reason why I think Leslie Nielsen was in, so many of those movies was because they were, like, when he did stuff like that, when he did, like, the Naked Gun movies, they were genuinely funny. But, like, and that was the newest generation of his style of comedy. The problem is that, like, by the time they got to that point, they weren't funny anymore. That's really what it boils down to. So, I mean, yeah, the Freeberg and Selfish stuff, it's like, no, that stuff sucks, man. I cannot follow you. I cannot follow you in that down that road. But like the only really good thing about those, honestly, is in fact Leslie Nielsen. And it's like, and like Scary Movie 2, like his 5 minutes, reenacting The Exorcist, that's great. But it's like beyond that, no, it sucks.
Oh God, yes, the one where. No, he wasn't reenacting The Exorcist.
Yeah, he was doing The Exorcist.
That was the guy from Jaws.
No, that was Leslie Nielsen.
Wait. Scary Movie 2, the opening, where they go to, and Annie Richter's with him.
Yeah.
That's the guy from Jaws.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's Leslie Nielsen.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because I could swear it's the guy from Jaws.
It's not Richard Dreyfuss, no.
Exorcism. Yeah, that's the guy from Jaws.
Oh my God. I don't care. I'm pretty sure it's Leslie Nielsen. Oh my God, hang on.
I'll look up Scary Movie Leslie Nielsen, see which one he's in.
Okay. I know he's in one of them. Scary Movie 3. All right, fine. Fuck you. Scary Movie 3.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Like I give that much of a shit. He's in Scary Movie 3.
Suck my dick. Yeah.
All right, fuck you. Fine. Whatever.
It is the guy who does.
Look, I don't remember which one I saw because I don't give a shit about a Scary Movie franchise.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Yeah. Oh no.
You're not gonna.
I don't like Scary Movie.
Reference me today, Eduardo.
What's that?
You're not gonna out-reference me today, Eduardo.
Okay, fine. You reference. I reference Chappelle's Show.
You're 10 light years too early.
Scary Movie. Okay. Yeah. All right. Sure. Yeah. You win, quote unquote.
I win.
You have fun. Yeah. All right. Whatever.
I'm winning.
I reference
just like,
gold. You reference shit.
Just like one at being a pervert. Shameful.
I reference gold. You reference shit. Have a great job. Good job.
It's in gold. Really?
Dave, I definitely think Chappelle's Show is gold compared to.
Hey, I think I brought that up, so you suck it.
Whatever.
You might have brought it up. Whatever. We'll listen to the recording. We'll fight about it then.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Suck it. Fuck you.
Fuck Scary Movie. Now,
then fuck your face.
No, fine, but fuck Scary Movie. It's fuck you and in your face.
Fine. Fuck your face. I'll let the Vikings know.
Fuck you. Fuck your face. Anyway, look. There's only two good things about Scary Movie 3, and that's Leslie Nielsen and the scene with the black girl talking about how you were outrunning a skeleton. What would you run away from Callista Flockhart? That was funny. I like that. That was a funny scene. That's all I'm giving you. That's all you get. That's all you get. Anyway.
Okay. I didn't find that particularly funny because it's too topical.
Well, you want to talk more about rape?
You know what? There's nothing more timeless than rape.
Hey, you remember earlier in this conversation we were talking about rape? Let's talk more about rape.
Yeah.
Let me end the recording and let's continue to talk about rape.
Yeah, I know, right? We're just going to sit here all night being like, where's this conversation going? Were we going to add anything to the subject?
We were supposed to talk about like Avatar: The Last Airbender, and how like and
They were talking about like how they Dragon Prince is a piece of shit.
Okay, all right. Before we go, Dragon Prince being a piece of shit. Tell me about how Dragon Prince sucks.
All right.
Okay.
So besides having egregiously bad animation,
it's
which
like
has become
Inception. It's like multiple levels of like tangents that we keep going. We're like 10 tangents deep.
Dude, if this was Inception, no one could keep up with it.
Yeah, like that. But my top is still spinning.
No, it ain't.
All right, go Dragon Prince.
So, doesn't know whether or not the top should spin. So sad. So yeah, Dragon Prince. It's fallen to that same bullshit habit of really fucking stupid, bad CGI. Like, unfortunately, like, they couldn't do much with, holy fuck, why can't I think of the name of it? Knights of Sidonia. Knights of Sidonia is a really, really good anime.
And a really awesome song by Muse.
It's an awesome song by Muse, yes. But Knights of Sidonia in the Netflix variety has got the same shitty, bad animation. Like, I don't know how this company gets all this work. Like, I don't think it could just be one, unless it is, because I mean, it looks like it doesn't take much effort. They just go through and they have the frame set up, and then they have like a morph panel for it to go through the motions to track the boning of the CGI doll to the next position. Mm-hmm. Like, that's all I can think of. But then they capture their frames at a rate of like 5 a minute, and it looks like ass. Well, Knights of Sidonia, it actually had a higher resolution rate than this fucking piece of shit, I can tell you that. Mm-hmm. So did Stained, so did all these other ones that are coming out. But for this, for what it is, you know, it looks like they didn't want to take a gamble. And they want to set up the next season, because that's what they always fucking do nowadays. Mm-hmm. Try to get that next season so they can get that next dollar. But yeah, it doesn't deserve it. It's a piece of shit. So what makes it bad, you might ask? I mean, animation quality alone can't be enough for you to hate something you played on the NES. You can't just sit there and be like, oh, the resolutions, the textures, I need more brown and blue. No, that's not it. Unfortunately for this show, it also comes equipped with obnoxious characters that are somehow divinely powerful. And you know what? We can always have the question about whether or not this character has some prestigious magical history behind them, or is the child of whatever. But first of all, we have to explain the society. So what is the premise of Dragon Prince, you might ask? Why should I care about this? You shouldn't. But essentially, mythological creatures and elves got to one side of the singular continent of the world. Single continent, I don't know why. And humans got to the other side of the continent after they had a conflict about, well, we're elves, we have magic, and humans, you just get to toil in the dirt. Fuck y'all. And humans like, no, give us the magic. So we went to war for magic. I don't know how that worked. I don't know how their magic wasn't so powerful that it didn't just overwhelm us. Otherwise, it doesn't sound as useful as fucking not going to war and just living without magic. Anyhow, small holes in the... Let's go a bit deeper. Singular continent divided by a fissure and filled with lava, ruled...
Whoa, dude.
Where we get the name, Dragon Prince, because he gets murdered.
Alright, hold on. Repeat what you said.
This is why the show gets its name. There's a Dragon King guarding the fissure between man and the mystical realms of elves and shit like that, and dwarves.
Okay.
And they murder that fucking dragon, and what they do from there is where the story starts. So the elves are like, man, these fucking humans are always encroaching. We're gonna go murder them. So we have this one character who's claimed vengeance upon the guys for killing the Dragon King, and they want to go murder the guys. Well, the humans just have these weird folktale level stories about elves being supernaturally powerful and impossible enemies and yada yada yada. And
protect secret doors and not sleeping but meditating instead. You know.
Yeah, no, not even that. These elves are pretty fucking basic. They got 3 fingers. They're Simpsons characters.
Ugh. That's it?
Yeah.
It's lame.
They got long ears. They look different colors. I think this one's pink because she's a night elf. Or some shit like that. You know, we all know how we love our pink Nelfs, boys. Let's get back on WoW.
They're hot.
No. What?
They're hot.
No, she's like 14, except in elf years.
World of Warcraft porn. Go ahead.
Oh, dude, don't get started on Dr. Graveling. Anyhow, oh, you know. Never mind. Anyhow. Yes. Let the cold shit seep into you.
Elf pussy. Go ahead.
Now you're just being vulgar. So, our characters are an unlikable mash of people. Like, they went for, like I said last time, they had lightning in a bottle in Avatar, and they're trying to reproduce it, and all they're getting is farts in a cup. And, like, because it's not even properly contained. Like, you have these characters that are, like, obviously evil, obviously shitty. You can't tell if people are joking or serious about their position and not being questioned by other people who are of a lesser position. Like, all this other shit going on. So there's a king, the elves are coming because they're pissed off, so he has to get rid of his kids. No. The elves come, a viceroy or advisor or whatever the fuck you want to call him, who's obviously evil. Like, it doesn't get any more obvious that this guy is evil. It's so obnoxious how evil he is. And he doesn't even seem to, like, he's cartoony evil. Like, he's little kid evil. So he's like, all this evil shit happens kind of off screen, but you get to see some of it periodically because it's PG or television fucking age Y for everyone to watch enough for them to play it. So it comes off as uninteresting. Unlike the evil and villainy portrayed in Avatar: The Last Airbender, where it's essentially different sides or faceless, groups of the
shadow
agitating
governments, shadow organizations, things like that.
Yeah, it's not. It's not even that. It's just this bad guy who wants the magic. He wants the magic for himself.
Yeah.
And they're all angry because humans have a magic that relies off of life.
Mm-hmm.
So it's obviously evil magic because
So the
your
humans.
eyes turn pitch black when you use it, your skin goes white, and if you use a very powerful spell, it leaves black streaks across your skin, stemming out from your pure black eyes.
But from my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
Your point of view sucks. Anyhow,
You are lost.
obviously evil guy, wants to rule the kingdom, all this other shit. And it's just dull because of how cartoonishly evil he is at times. And impotently evil, because apparently every single frame costs them a bajillion dollars, so there's very little happening. There's often enough people just talking. And it's kind of sad to see this low frame quality out of anything outside of an 80s anime.
Well, I mean, especially if you're spending that much money on the animation and you're not having them do anything in
No,
the
they're not
scene.
spending any money on the animation, and it's obvious. They're saving a lot of money on the animation, and that's why it's kind of sad how bad it is. It's like you put in all that other shit in post-release shit. You sit there and you make sure your fucking story is gonna fucking stab these bitches in the heart and make them cry. You put the fucking effort in to make sure that the world's cohesive and doesn't have glaring faults in it. Like when I saw this, I got really cynical and I said, man, they're not going to be walking on foot very long. And lo and behold, they find a boat. Just like out of nowhere, it's like, hey, we got a boat. And I'm like, really? It's fucking boat out of nowhere? It's like that fast? It was wild. Just something crazy to me. Because I couldn't imagine, like, who just leaves their boat out there to get stolen? That's essentially what it came down to. It's like, we're going to leave our boat out here so it's handily stolen. Or some shit like that. I don't know. But it was silly because, like, I could predict how shows are going to handle things. And it's always like, yep, that route.
It's a shame if this show sucks because I mean it's kind of cool to like a nice D&D fantasy fantasy show that's on TV. It's a shame if it doesn't resonate. What do you say is the worst aspect of the show?
The worst aspect is their attempt at inclusivity. So, like I said in another recording, I fucking hate how they portray this female general. It's their aunt. She shows up because of the elf stuff going on, and then they run away, so she comes along and she encounters them because they had planned for them to go on a retreat beforehand with her, some shit like that. Like, the story is convoluted, but if you simplify it in your mind, it's just like they're trying to introduce as many characters as possible to get this thing going. Kinda. They're like getting all their hand exposed, essentially what it feels like.
At least the characters in Bleach are likable.
A general who is a mute. I can't tell if she's actually deaf. She might be, or she might have taken a vow.
Yeah,
what?
It's the death dude from Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Yeah, you brought him up,
yeah.
And I said that was dumb, and it was. But this is especially dumb. This is especially dumb because of the fact that it's just like she's just there with this condition for no reason, and they keep bringing in all these like man, somebody better be losing a hand soon is all I could say, because there's a lot of people with disabilities and shit like that. T-Wolf in there for no
yeah, you're breaking up again.
Differently abled people can do the same shit, right? It's like, no, it's there just to make money off the differently abled. It's not well done. It's not practical. It's not even thoughtful. Like, when they had the kid that was disabled inside of Avatar The Last Airbender, who was crippled, and he was flying, nobody made mention of it. Nobody cared. It was just part of the show.
Yeah, it's not that big a deal. Well, I remember,
you're a cripple.
There's a way.
Like, they looked at him.
All right, you're cutting out again.
Like, oh crap, he's not getting out of that chair. Oh, it's a wheelchair. Oh crap. Well, that was the thing for that.
Yeah, I think the way to do inclusivity properly is just don't make a big deal about it. It's just like, yeah, I mean, it's like apparently the internet lost its mind when they discovered that guy in that stormtrooper, that guy Finn in that stormtrooper suit was a black dude. And I'm like, okay, who cares? It's a black stormtrooper, and he's a good guy now. It's like, all right, that's cool. I'm down.
Imagine if he was bad and Captain Phasma went good. People would have a shitstorm.
Yeah. I mean,
Like, that's how you know it's bad writing.
yeah, that's the real problem, is that it's bad writing.
Well, but yeah. Like, that's a real big indicator that it's not like the writing dictates this character is just a guy who's being evil. The writing dictates it as be this color character. That's dumb. Like, I mean, admittedly, we've been doing it for decades with white people where it's just assumed or either explicitly stated that they're white.
Yeah.
But it's like the get out of the pool. It's actually one of my favorite skits for Bill Burr. Going back to the comedians really fast. He's talking about how weird it'd be, how they're running out of racist movies, like racist guy movies. A few things nowadays, like Sock.
Wait, you cut out again.
Did you imagine that movie? The guy that's like so pissed off that black people are swimming, just sitting there on the side of the pool yelling, "Get out of the pool!"
Oh, you cut out. I didn't hear anything you just said. What did you say?
Oh, just look up Bill Burr talking about "Get out of the pool." You'll get it really fast.
What is this from?
It's one of his skits where he talks about how racist movies, like movies that capitalize on our dislike of racism, essentially are like Remember the Titans and shit like that. They're becoming less and less substance to them because, there's just nothing to them nowadays. They're just a sell point. And he's talking about the next one will be like, in the pool because they've already done football and baseball and basketball movies to death. Mm-hmm. There'll just be all these guys sitting around having a swim, and it was like, we're the first multicolored or multi-ethnicity swim team on this side of the fucking Mississippi. And blah, blah. There's like racist white guys yelling at him, "Get out of the pool! Get out of the pool!" Yeah. It's just a very comical thought. But, it's just bad inclusivity, bad representation, if you will. It makes me batty. So, Dragon Prince suffers from it with their need to expose the fact that the characters in it are differently abled. They don't just have them going through their lives being like, well, they went through stuff, but they're continuing on with their lives.
Yeah, just have like...
stuff. Let's all stare at them like the freak they are for still continuing to function despite their differences.
Well, I always bring up, when it comes to strong female protagonists, I always bring up Ripley and I always bring up Linda Hamilton. I bring up pretty much anything Sigourney Weaver's starred in. But, like, especially Ripley and Sarah Connor. It's just, they are just, the fact that they are a woman is secondary.
I didn't think Ripley was hot until I was older.
Yeah, well, it's...
Oh, she has that weird perm, but yeah, nonetheless, it was just a movie that didn't draw attention to her sexuality, and she's running around like underwear and a tank top most of the time.
Yeah, well, like she's wearing her underwear in like an Alien, in the very ending, because she's getting in the cryo pod. But even then, she's like this skinny twig of a thing. So it's like, and it's like that's the thing. I think initially I wasn't really, I don't know. I think it's hot now. It's like, but especially like I feel like Sigourney Weaver's gotten hotter, kind of as she's aged. She's gotten more full-bodied.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I didn't mean to have this conversation. What?
She has very stark eyes, so it's hard to feel, and a thin nose and white people lips. There's not much you can do with that. But no, I think what made her more attractive over time to me is like, capability, functionality.
Yeah.
Not being a shit that gets caught sitting there crying every time she fucking trips.
She's strong and she's a person, and Sigourney Weaver can have me to this day as a boy toy. Just like she's like my dad's age. She's like 70 now. I don't care. It's like I'll be naked in 5 seconds if she wants it. That's just like, yeah. I'm yours.
Baby.
Take me. Anyway.
Oh, Sigourney Weaver, narrate something for me, you dirty girl.
Tell me that you're gonna sacrifice me in Cabin in the Woods. I don't know, but like the thing is, it's like she was like Ripley.
Tell me how Paul needs to die.
Ripley works as a character because she's just a normal. She's a normal person who's in a crazy situation. She makes the best of it.
Yeah, she doesn't have to be insanely hot or anything like that.
Yeah,
and
yeah, go ahead.
Go on.
All right, well, Linda Hamilton, same thing. Linda Hamilton in Terminator. She's just kind of an ordinary person who's as this crazy thing is expected of her, and she rises to the occasion. And it's not really about that. It's never about that she's a strong female character. Anytime they try to do that, they fuck up. Ripley, it's like she's a space trucker who provides for her family by going on these long missions where she's away for years at a time, and she gets like and part of what, and she had to rise to the occasion to fight this thing that killed off her crew. And when she gets home, it's like then she was lost in space for 50 years, and now her daughter's dead. So she has a kind of, there's a motherly aspect to her. She's like a concerned woman who is trying to warn people of how dangerous this stuff is. But part of what motivates her is it's like she doesn't want anyone else to get hurt by these things. And you know, if she can save one person, if she can save Newt, then that's all that matters. Is she Green connects with them. Whereas like Sarah Connor, it's like she's an ordinary waitress who's got a shitty life. She's got the everyman thing going on. Or every woman in this case, but like what makes her she winds up rising to the occasion to fight the Terminator to save her own life. But part of what makes her very interesting and compelling in Terminator 2 is she's a fucking crazy person at this point. She's this crazy survivalist who's like, she sees people dying in her head, like they fly apart like leaves. It's like she knows Judgment Day is coming, and she may not be able to stop it. It's like that would
the snap is coming.
Yeah, that's what makes her interesting and an interesting character to watch. And it's like, especially like later on in that movie when she's trying to kill Dyson, is like she basically did the exact same thing to Dyson that was done to her. You know, she was a victim, and then she turns around and victimizes someone else. And it's like, and John had to come in and stop her, and the Terminator had to come in to stop her, and then you see her just break down. You know, it's like, and even as a kid, I'm just like, oh my god, Dyson and his wife. I'm just like, oh my god, you poor people. You were just... Like this poor family, they were just like, the kid was having fun, he wouldn't go to bed, living their normal life, and this crazy woman tries to murder her dad. And then the Terminator has to fucking rip his arm off in front of them. You know, because they didn't have a shitty enough day. So it's like, but I mean, yeah, that's how you do it. And you just don't make a big deal about it. It's just like, you know, just have characters that happen to be black. Have characters that happen to be Hispanic. Just, we're people. We're people. It's like our race and our gender and our sexuality, those are minor details. They're not unimportant.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is like, this is the one thing that I go toe to toe with the LGBTQ about, is that, like, you know, your sexuality isn't the core of your person. Yeah. Socrates said that you need to find more to your life than just eating. Yeah. And for me, you know, sex is consummate. So, like, you know, it's more to life than just eating. It's more to life than just sex and, you know, minor physical fulfillment. And, like, that's something I appreciate a lot about Socrates, that I feel is undermined by...
You cut out again. Malmodo. Low.
That pussy on things, or how you put that dick in things.
You cut out for like 20 seconds.
Damn it, I had a great point there.
All right, we'll say it again.
I was talking about Socrates. Socrates? Yes?
Socrates.
Socrates believed that you had more to life than just feeding hungers. This included sexual drive and so forth. Yeah. So why I go toe-to-toe with the LGBTQ about stuff is because I'm always like, hey, man, are you more than your identity? Like, you know, people that I encounter that are just like, you know, oh, I'd be free to express myself as the heterosexuals have before, I'm just like, yeah, sure. But we
were talking about him earlier. Well, I get your point before I say this, because I already cut you off before.
But anyhow, for me, it's like you're more than your parts. You're more than how your parts match to other parts or don't match to other parts. Like, you know, you're more than a sexual drive. Like, it's people patting themselves, breaking their arms, pat themselves on the back over being asexual. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
You're not giving a fuck, so it doesn't matter. Like, you know, just to make the pun there. But, like, yeah, it's silly and pedantic just to sit there and be like, oh, the entirety of my person revolves around things below my navel, instead of what's on my shoulder.
Well, and we were talking about him earlier. We were talking about George Takei. It's like, you know, when I don't think, like, there is so much more to George Takei than the fact that he's gay. There's so much more to him as a person. He is a three-dimensional, interesting, awesome dude
Dude, he lived through the fucking internment
He
camps.
lived through an internment camp. Yeah, he went to a Japanese. He went to an American concentration camp. During World War II, he was.
One of our darkest periods of history, he was around living it.
Yeah, it's like and not to mention, yeah, he's Sulu from Star Trek. He's a remarkable actor, a remarkable talent. There's a ton to this person. Yeah, and yes, he's gay. Big fucking deal. There's more to him than that.
Like Zulu or Takeo make a little bit of noise about him being gay, and good for him. But he's doing it mostly because he's been suppressed all of his life.
Yeah.
It's like he couldn't be gay until probably like 16 years ago, even.
Yeah, I think him and Shatner kind of like they had a brief falling out about it because Shatner was annoyed that he was making a big deal about it. It's like you wait till you're 70 years old and suddenly you come out that you're gay. It's like fine, be gay, whatever. It's like and to give to give Shatner some credit. Shatner's kind of saying what we're saying right here. Big deal, you're gay. Not fine, whatever. Who cares?
I think Shatner just doesn't say it as eloquently.
Well, it's also, but I think it's like you're pointing out is that like yeah, but that's the thing. It's like he hadn't felt the freedom to be who he was, so that's why he's making noise about it. So it's like that's why they.
I think Shatner might have done it for less than oh, you don't need to make a big deal about it. I think it might have been mildly homophobic considering Shatner.
I wouldn't say homophobic in Shatner's case. I'd say it's like just ego, possibly.
Ego is more likely it.
From what I understand, Shatner, he definitely has one, and it's caused problems before.
I'll
Star
see.
Trek 5. Got something in my throat.
Sounded like Star Trek
It feels
5.
like the planet Shaka Reef.
Shaka Reef.
Shaka Reef.
A terrible name.
I know, it is. It's a terrible movie, too.
Okay. As long as that's congruent.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, anyhow, going back to the Dragon Prince.
Back to the Dragon
At
Prince.
the end of the day, for diagnosing why this is DOA.
Yeah.
So I watched the whole thing in pieces and fragments because I get up to leave it because there's no reason to sit down and watch it. There's just nothing holding me there.
Is there anything good about the show?
My nieces are watching it, so that's why I keep coming back to it. Is there anything good about the show?
Yeah.
It had a little bit of vision. It had a little bit of uniqueness to it. Like, it looked like it could have gone somewhere if it wasn't trying so hard. Like, that's what it comes down to, is you can see the choices they made that were not because, oh man, I have this great idea, but because they sat back and went, no. What do we do to make the most money? What do we do to have the most viewership? What do we do to do this and that? Anything besides servicing the plot.
Yeah.
And that's the quickest way to have me turn on a story, is to be like, hey, we're just going to cynically make this show in hopes of making a lot of money. And I'm just like, oh, okay. That's not going to be good at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame because it's like, I like fantasy. It'd be nice if this was...
It had some vision is the annoying part. Like, the elf weapon wasn't just like a regular old sword. It was sort of like this weird switchblade scissor device. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And I liked it. I liked it as a weapon. I didn't need to know how it worked. But for some odd reason, I needed to know that what the lady that couldn't speak was saying. And why people that could understand her had to have a translator talk in front of them. Like, wouldn't that be weird if you spoke like Spanish and you're sitting there talking to your Spanish friend in Spanish? Or, you could just talk to them, but they have a guy walk around with them to translate the Spanish to you all the damn time?
That would seem like a very pretentious character.
Yeah. Character's not pretentious, though. She looked like the most interesting character they could have come up with for that position. And I was really hopeful about it, but then, like, this constant fucking guy talking on her behalf. All I could think of is, like, what? Do men not listen to what women have to say? Is that the problem here?
Well,
like,
yeah, that's the thing. The other problem, too, is, like, a lot of times when you have this thing where there's a mishandling of it, of a mishandling of diversity, which is that by trying to to be inclusive and make everybody look good, they make everybody look bad. It's like, first of all, I would argue basically going out of your way to be overly inclusive is racist in of itself. It's like, we need a black guy. I mean, seriously, it's just like, oh, there's no black guy in there. They're doing it for the most cynical of freaking reasons. It's like, okay, no, don't do that. Don't cast that way if the only reason why you're doing there is you're trying to appeal to some group. You're actually being more insulting. You're actually being.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Black Panther isn't that good of a movie, but people are hailing it as like the second coming of Obama, and I'm just like, dude, Obama wasn't even that good. Like, they're just sitting there and they're told the identity politic that they subscribe to and that they should be rooting for, and they go and pursue it.
Well, you know why I like Black Panther? You know why I like Black Panther? Because it was accurate to the comics, and I felt a good comic book movie.
I wanted to see more of White Ape. They would not call him White Ape. And Black Panther itself is sort of blaxploitation.
The fact that most of the cast was black was completely immaterial and inconsequential to me. It's like, of course they're all black.
Most of the cast was black. It took place in Africa.
It took place in a fictional African country where, with all of his supporting characters are black people. Of course they're all supposed to be black. Yeah, the fact that it was stupid. The big fuss that was made over Black Panther was retarded. And it was just like, look, it's a good movie. It's like, at least that's where I'm coming from. It was like,
okay, movie. It's like with Wonder Woman. It was good enough to be passable, but since it was good enough to be passable and also appealed to a demographic highly because of its marketing ploy, then it's considered a great movie. And I'm just like, eh.
But back to your issue with the general, with Death General Lady,
I can keep railing on Death General over and over again. It drives me nuts.
Death General.
There's so many thoughts that crop up in your head when you're watching this. It's like, why do these characters need a translator if they speak it? Why does she have a guy talking for her all the time? What is this guy to her? Is this guy her buddy? Is this guy her fucking lover? Because they seem really close, yet at the same time not. And it's weird.
Maybe it's kind of like the loud as the whisper guy.
Make her a lesbian, I'm gonna punch a fucking television.
I mean, it could be like the dude from Star Trek: The Next Generation, it's his counsel, but it's also kind of like Lwaxana Troy and Mr. Hum, where she's got this like close servant character. You know?
Sounds like a blowjob nickname.
It's 2 Star Trek characters. It's 4 Star Trek characters, possibly. It's 6 Star Trek characters in 2. I had a point, I lost it. Anyway, but it's like, the problem is too, is again, it's like they over focus on that, and then it calls into question the whole thing. It's like, okay, if this lady's a general and she needs a translator constantly, then she shouldn't. Then that means her handicap.
That's another point I wanted to bring up. Do you know how amazing it is they got past sexism?
Her handicap is obviously a liability.
Like, either she's such royalty that, yeah, it is a royalty if she's deaf, because she might just be deaf. Yeah. That's one of the things. Is like, she's a really good combatant. She gives the trained elf assassin a run for her money pretty hard.
Yeah.
And she looks like she would fuck shit up. And she's like the implacable man, but a woman, obviously. And it's pretty great. Yeah. But at the same time, it's also not good.
Well, that's the thing.
The character loses a lot of the dynamic from this other shit they're pulling.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. It raises these questions where it's like, if she needs a translator constantly and can't communicate with people regularly, and she's in this high position, then it's like, okay, well,
dude,
they're basically saying
equality. That's one of the things they have in a lot of the other universes as well. Yeah. Inside of Legend of Korra and Avatar, there seems to be a relative amount of equality, even though Sokka is like lightly sexist, if not very sexist at times.
Yeah,
he gets his sexism knocked out of him by like episode 4. But
well, yeah, he starts running into girlfriends. So he's like,
it's the only way men can learn not to be sexist is by having girlfriends.
Yeah, pussy will do that to you.
I mean, gives you a reason to care about them.
If you want to have sex with it, you gotta respect it.
They're pretty useless because they can't drive or do math.
Hey, do you want to have sex with me? Yeah, stop saying shit like that.
Oh, no.
Show me respect. It's like, all right.
Oh, man. It's a good thing I don't want to have sex with men. I also have no shit to talk. Anyhow. But yeah, so the character is undermined by their portrayal of her. It's like some jackass... Like, I can only hope that they tried to not have her have a speaker.
Yeah.
And, like, they're just like, but how will it appeal to 3-year-olds? And I'm like, should 3-year-olds be watching a fucking show where people are trying to stab each other?
Well, I mean, obviously, since this is a fantasy show and it's animated, and you like,
My niece watched it. She seemed just fine.
Obviously, since it's an animated show and it's fantasy, and you like it, it's obviously inferior. It's not like science fiction would ever make this type of mistake. So I can do nothing but think of Admiral Holdo from The Last Jedi when you're talking about this lady. Whereas it's probably not that extreme of a case, but it's a similar thing. It's like
no. She seems competent. She seems okay. There's not a Holdo problem here. The problem here is that they mishandle her disability.
Okay. Well, what I was going to point out was the fact that Holdo is so incompetent undermines what Rian Johnson and Kathleen Kennedy were trying to push through with her. Is that, like, the whole lesson Poe's supposed to learn that you need to follow orders and blindly, and you need to trust your commander even when she's like getting half the fleet destroyed. It's like by her doing that, they showed how incompetent she is and how she should not be in command. And it's like, okay, is this supposed to be a strong female character or what? Why don't you just have a lady in charge who actually knows what the fuck she's doing? It's like, they made mistakes like this with I think to a lesser degree, but like in Star Trek with Captain Janeway. Janeway could never be wrong. Janeway, because the writers were so worried that we would not accept a female captain. So worried, so they as a result, she can never be wrong. She can never make a bad decision. Janeway's the hero of this thing.
This is Star Trek, not Party of Five.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It made her seem more incompetent and make worse decisions as a result. And really, I think the only reason why the character was salvaged whatsoever is because of Kate Mulgrew's acting. Kate Mulgrew basically sold the character as best she could, in despite of the fact that the writing was not always there for her. And that oftentimes, even I don't want to knock this lady too much. I think Jerry Taylor's is done a lot of great things for Star Trek as a franchise, and she's a decent writer. But yeah, she kind of turned Janeway into her own Mary Sue character for a bit, as typified by the one episode where her and Chakotay are like Janeway and her are stuck on a planet, and it's basically like a Harlequin romance novel. Like, he's chopping wood for her, and he gets wounded, and she's tending to his tortured soul. It's like a freaking romance novel at some point, and it was like, Jesus, it got a little silly. But
I mean, you can't have a female character without romance. Obviously, women are emotional creatures.
Yeah, but
could you imagine if we weren't just talking facetiously about, like, gender stereotypes for fucking movies?
Oh, I'm sure plenty of people think that we are talking facetiously.
No, I'm emotional all the time. I don't need to have self-control. I'll be like, no, we're not talking to you. I'm actual thinking beings. The fuck out of here with your passions.
But yeah. Okay, there was the other one. The other show was the Goblin.
Hold on, honey. Stop talking. The Vulcans are speaking.
All right, there was... Okay, so Dragon Prince sucks. That's a shame.
It's not incredibly bad. It doesn't, just come up and start kicking you in the nuts.
It's disappointing.
It's disappointing because, they keep trying to sell it as the guy who made Avatar: The Last Airbender. And you're just like, oh, that's a good show. I want to see more of that.
But this is not as good as it.
Nope, they're Korra in me.
Which, okay, let's talk about Korra, because again, I'm not, so Avatar: The Last Airbender, took the world by storm, and you loved it, and our other friend Josh loved it, and I didn't give it two shits, and it's like, tell me why I'm wrong, and tell me...
You ever watched Avatar: The Last Airbender?
I watched a little bit here and there. I thought it was a fine show, but I just didn't... It's not Star Trek, so I don't care as much. It's like...
Stop fucking wasting your life and just give it a one go through.
No spaceships, no thank you. So,
there's nothing to skip. There's 2 filler episodes, and they're amazing.
Well, okay, I've seen enough to know the show is good, and I do like it. It's one of those things I just haven't gotten off my ass and watched.
Dude, get off your ass.
I got.
If somebody comments to Eddie to get off his ass and
say that again?
He has to do it. Someone comments that you have to get off your ass and watch Avatar: The Last Airbender, you gotta do it.
Okay, fine. I'll do it.
Alright, people.
That's a thinly veiled
help this man. This poor, deluded fool before you all the time, braying about some retarded ass janky movie.
But I gotta watch Puppet Master 5 again.
Santa fucking versus Satan.
It's called Santa Claus. It's a Mexican kids movie, and it's great. Mystery Science Theater 3000 made fun of it. It's beautiful. It's
they already did it. You don't need to talk about it anymore.
But Santa's an alien, and he has
it's over for you, Eddie. Over.
Oh, this is a shitty picture of Avatar. No, I can't use this one. Never mind.
Wait, is it like?
No, it's all blurry, and I can't. It didn't come through.
Oh no, I kind of want you to play fucking whip out some shit.
Hey, does Sokka and not Sokka, the Waterbender girl, does she and Zuko ever hook up?
Zuko?
Yeah.
They go on a mission together.
Alright, this is fan art. Never fuck that. Okay, all right. So Avatar is a beautiful and great show.
Yeah.
What about let's talk about Korra, because
Korra, the first misstep.
Yeah, but a lot of people love Korra. I remember you guys were watching Korra, and it was like you were digging it, and it was like I watched a little bit, and it was like, all right, it looks cool. What's wrong with Korra?
The main problem with Korra is that it has no real, it moves across the spectrum for level of Big Bad. So the Big Bad shows up in Korra. Fucking Big Bad Korra is the goddamn space devil. And, yeah. So Big Bad shows up. It's the space devil. And they fight it. And that's season 2. Season 1 starts off with, oh, hey, there's a communist. We gotta stop him. And, okay, let's stop the communist. He's actually a meritocracy. Meritocrat? I don't know. Anyhow, so Amon believes that Bender should be undone. He's taking people's powers away. That's the first season. They fight that guy.
Mm-hmm.
The second season is they fight the devil. Literally the devil. They out of nowhere, it's a metachlorian problem. So you remember when Star Trek or Star Wars put out the metachlorians and everybody groaned?
Yes.
That's what happens in Korra. They're like, by the way, bending all comes from the Avatar, and the Avatar does this, this, and this, and they started to expand the universe where it didn't need to be expanded.
Okay.
And they also teased the fans. So there's a point where they ask about what happened to Zuko's mom, which is a really big question on your mind by the end of Avatar: The Last Airbender. And so they start talking about it to only have it cut off about how boring that story is. Let's talk about the now by one of the current characters talking to one of the old characters, because it happens within 40 years or 80 years to the first one.
Well, yeah, and Toph is like the recurring character, right, from like the original series.
Katara is the recurring character.
Oh, so older Katara.
Yeah, old lady Katara shows up, is talking to her grandkids, who are... Alright, so after the events of Avatar: The Last Airbender, he's obviously the last Airbender, right?
Yeah.
He makes more Airbenders, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the Avatar, the next Avatar, because it's a cyclical rebirth sort of like transition thingy, whatever. Mm-hmm. Reincarnation, there we go. And so that person comes to Aang's son to get trained. That is Korra.
Yeah.
And so that's why they're involved directly with the plot. They could have waited 2 generations, probably made it a lot better, but it would probably been a sci-fi by then.
Yeah.
Anyhow, so the problem with Korra is it goes.
I would have paid attention.
The problem with Korra goes to community organizer level crime, to fighting the devil, then fighting a group of anarchists, then fighting a giant mech. Those are the 3 penultimate bosses for the seasons.
I gotta say, that sounds kind of awesome, but then again, this is me we're talking about.
Yeah, you don't care about how things are spaced out and shit like that. I understand. You just want to have it all
Of
stuffed
course
into
we
your...
fight a giant robot next. We just fought a crime. That's story structure.
Yep.
Like,
And there's some fun characters, just some fun stuff they did. And I haven't watched it in so long that I could have forgotten a lot of it.
my
But
version of Death of a Salesman would end with, like, having a wizard's duel.
a wizard's duel.
A wizard's duel, yes. Because why not?
That's right. Did I say no purple dragons? But
This description, though, this kind of reminds me. Speaking of martial arts and fantasy, this reminds me of, like, the final seasons of Kung Fu: The Legend Continues, where it started off as very grounded, like, crime martial arts show, where like okay, so David Carradine is, like, the grandson of the original Quan Chan Kane, his original character, and then he's got a son, and his son's a cop, and so he'll accompany his son on, like, all these crimes, and the two of them they'll, like, his son will save the day with copness, he'll save the day with kung fu. And then as the show went along, eventually, like, it got to the point where they started throwing, like, Asian magic into the show, and, like, they started fighting, like, samurai demons and shit like that. It got really bonkers towards the end.
that sounds bonkers.
Yeah, this kind of sounds like a similar situation.
Well, the other problem with Korra is you just don't get into the characters as much. Like, it's harder for me to care about adults because whenever they have problems, I'm like, they can fucking solve their own problems.
Yeah.
And when it's the younger group, like, the younger group had a lot more heart. I could say that. Mm-hmm. Like, you gotta watch Avatar: The Last Airbender because it probably, like, infect you with my love for Iroh.
Yeah.
Iroh as a character is just a fantastic guy.
Yeah, Iroh is played by Mako. You don't have to worry about that. I already love Mako to begin with. That's Akira the Wizard right there. That's a coup. I already love that man.
Well, Mako died somewhere along the way of the series.
Yes, he did, unfortunately.
And they did a tribute episode to him.
Yeah. Which is cool.
And that's Tales of Ba Sing Se, which is the saddest shit in the world.
Which unfortunately, the only time I really heard about it is that movie that we'll never speak of.
Yeah. Well, that was a very shitty Iroh, and it was stupid. Like, the thing that makes Avatar: The Last Airbender so much better than the movie, just for one, is that the firebenders don't need to make their own goddamn fire.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they actually can generate it from their bodies. It was like they could shoot fire.
From the looks of it, inside of the movie as well, is like they didn't use any martial arts stances. Just felt like they were going through some kata. But, like, there's a point where Iroh, at the end of the fucking movie, starts generating fire.
Yeah.
And he does this weird wiggle thing. And I'm just like, what the fuck?
Well, it's retarded because, like, it's like he was adapting, like, he was, like, over-adapting anyway. And then all of a sudden, but then he chose not to adapt, like, things properly. Like he insisted on, like, the firebenders they needed to have fire. They needed, like, lanterns and torches to do anything, which made them lame. He couldn't just have them shoot fireballs. So then Iroh all of a sudden is the guy that can do fire. Whereas in the show, he was the guy that could bend lightning. That's what made him special. It's like, why didn't you just let them be able to shoot fire?
Yeah, Iroh was a really powerful bender.
Yeah.
But yeah, he had, like, one trick technique. Yeah. And that was his thing. But, like, Iroh is also, like, this indomitable guy. He's a really great guy.
Yeah.
But he was also indomitable in some ways. And very powerful. He was actually, like, a super badass. And he was just, like, chilling all the time because he's such a super badass.
Well, he's also just a good guy.
Yeah, like, he's beyond, like, the problems of the world. It's believed that the reason why he feels so bad about his son is because he was taking his son on spiritual journeys, and his son got taken by the Faceless, Ko the Faceless. And so Ko has got his son, his soul or something like that. That's why he regrets it so much.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they eventually... Like, what Korra does is what the new Star Wars movie does with the old Star Wars. Like, they don't have the prequels to fuck them up. Like, if there was a third Avatar universe thing,
Yeah.
they probably reference the original one as well. But this one, it makes some references to the original just to make you nostalgic enough to sit around for this one.
Okay.
And I'm like, let it go, man. Make your own story. Do your own thing.
Yeah,
You can
like
have
they
all
already
characters
were
show
with
up, I
Korra,
don't
because
care.
it's like, you know,
Just don't have them sitting there fucking jerking off about the past.
Well, again, I think part of what makes Star Wars great is the fact that it's a whole fucking universe. There's tons of expanded universe material, plenty of which has nothing to do with the original characters. It's got plenty of just, you know, the same races. It's a perfect. It's great for role playing because there's a whole world you can play around with.
There's a whole galaxy.
Yeah, and the same thing with Avatar should apply too. It's like let's
It's a
focus
whole
on.
galaxy, which means hundreds of systems. Yet they only seem to go to like 5.
Yeah, well, and again, you could do the same thing with Avatar, where it's like there's been tons of avatars. Let's focus on another avatar. Buffy even played around with this. They have like there was a bunch of there's a book I've got, and they've got a couple. I think they got a couple books called Tales of the Slayers, where it's like they would let fans write in their own fan fictions about Slayers of various eras, and they would collect them all in these big kind of compendiums, and they would sell them, and they're really good, and they would talk about various Slayers of the past, and all their individual stories. There's plenty of room for storytelling, so you don't have to depend solely on the main character or like the original. You don't have to make everything about Luke. And it was like the whole argument. Oh, we needed the old Star Wars actors in this movie. That's not true because we've had plenty of material where they're not even involved at all. And it's, you know, so that was a misnomer. And the same thing, it seemed like Korra was doing that. It's like, okay, here's like, you know, Aang's, like, I assumed she, and again, I know nothing about the series, I assumed like Korra was like Aang's great granddaughter or something like that. And like visually, she seems to be very, very much inspired by Katara. But it was, like there's plenty of room in this universe to do other things. It's like, and that's the thing. It's like, a little bit of nostalgia every now and then is fine, but as long as you don't overdo it. It's like, I don't have a problem with this revisiting the old characters. But like, if you're gonna do that, do something with them. Don't waste it. You know, don't just do it because you're cynical and you're a dick. Like, you know, like I don't know. Like, this is one thing I don't know how I feel about that. Like the new Independence Day. It's like there's like a lot of moments like that. It's like, you know, they got like the whole, like a lot of the old cast members back for Independence Day, but like one of them is like the general. The general shows up for like one scene. And it's like, it's the actual actor who appears there, you know. And of course, I think he died shortly. Like, I think he died during the production or shortly after it. But it was like, you know, we didn't really need to go back and bring him into the story, especially if he's not going to do anything. They just kind of gave him a cameo. So it's kind of nice. It's like, you're like, hey, you know, we're going to put you in the movie because you were in the other one, and we want a little nod to you, you know, and like a little send up to you. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, are you doing it for that reason? Or are you doing it just because you're like, look, stuff from the other movie? Are you just trying to milk me for all the nostalgia that I've got? So that's a problem. You still there, sir?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Thought we got cut out again. But yeah, all right. So, and there was this one other show. There was this Goblin show. What was the Goblin show?
Oh. Well, we already talked about Goblin Slayer.
We did?
Yeah, at the very start. We've been talking for like, 4 hours.
4 hours. A 4-hour podcast. All right. Well, before we go, let's talk about something awesome. Like, tell me more about this Castlevania show.
Alright, so the Castlevania show, well, it had the sheep rape. I told you about that.
Well, tell me more about it. I love Castlevania.
Alright, well, it's well animated. This is one of my big disappointments with Dragon Prince as well, is that it's that shitty CGI. This one's actually animated. It could be Flash, I don't fucking know. But it's animated, and it's got decent animation, got decent frame rates. It's actually really gorgeous. The voice acting is pretty good. The dialogue is pretty good. Yeah, it's just good, not pretty good, but good.
I see. Yeah, it's got Simon, Alucard, and Sypha. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and the story for how far it gets in 4 episodes is decent. Like, I hate getting teased. I just want shit to end.
Yeah. You want a satisfying conclusion to your show.
Yeah, I do.
Give me a good season finale. I feel like the only time you can get around that or like do something other than that is if you're doing like the Best of Both Worlds from Star Trek: The Next Generation or Scorpion from Star Trek Voyager, and that's only when your season finale like two-parter cliffhanger thing is good enough to warrant it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this looks pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's got everybody I like. Got Alucard, got Simon. That looks pretty awesome. So I need to check that out. And this is not anime. This is just a cartoon.
Yeah, I believe it's done by Americans.
You would think not because of how Japanese the series Castlevania is and how very anime inspired the characters look. It's especially Alucard. Alucard is like that is so Bishonen. So Bishi.
Here, let me look. Castlevania on Netflix.
Well, he's always been Bishi, though.
I mean, Vlad, yes, he's a pretty boy.
Yeah, but Vlad's still like like I think with Alucard, it's the long hair. It's
it's an American adult web television series.
Yeah.
Adult animation.
And also,
really?
And again, speaking of Halloween, we got some vampires here. We got good old classic horror. I love it. And no rape. No more rape.
Anya?
Yeah.
That sheep gets raped.
Ah, no. I was happy. I was happy for 5 seconds.
You didn't realize about the sheep?
A sheep? Oh, yeah. Wait, that was a goat. You said it was a goat. Yeah, but that's a comedy rape. I don't know. I feel bad. This show looks good. I need to check this out. So, how many seasons do they have?
But yeah, you should watch Avatar: Last Airbender at your earliest convenience. It's no longer on Netflix, so you're fucked.
I agree. I should watch the Castlevania Netflix show.
But Ba-dump. You're missing out.
I'll watch it eventually. But see that's the thing. Does Castlevania have vampire? See, I'm Freudian slipping constantly because I want to talk about Castlevania.
It's a very charming universe. They have a lot of mixed animals. There's like penguin seals. There's duck bears.
But are there vampires?
It was really funny. Oh no, I ain't gonna ruin it. I can't ruin the joke about Bosco.
No,
but when you get to Bosco, you'll find out.
No vampires, no thank you.
There's spirits.
Ooh, spirits. Is it a vampire spirit?
I mean, there's Ko.
Lame.
Ko will take your face.
Avatar is a good show. I agree. I need to get off my ass and watch that too.
You should just once to get it out of the way. And you won't be disappointed. That's one of the fun things about it. You won't be disappointed.
Okay.
Dragon Prince, you will be disappointed. You'll be like, man, this could have been so much better if they didn't make it so hokey.
Yeah, I'm not going to waste my time.
Like, there's the villain guy has a son who's somehow the captain-at-arms for the castle as well. Like, I don't know how he has all of his kids in positions of power.
Hey, speaking of inclusivity and Ghostbusters, okay, that's another thing it made me think of. It's like, okay, yeah, Ghostbusters did this, like, before, too, with Extreme Ghostbusters. Extreme Ghostbusters, you had a Hispanic character,
black guy, cripple, and
a guy in a wheelchair, and a goth girl. You had like all who were like the next generation.
Don't forget that stoner Hispanic fellow.
Yeah, the stoner Hispanic fellow. You had plenty of representation.
The only white guy, the only pure white guy, was the cripple.
The cripple, or the man in a wheelchair. The man in a wheelchair.
Oh yeah, isn't that something? If you look at it as a philosophical viewpoint, if you were trying to find some way it was making biting commentary, you could say that the white man is also the handicapped man in this one. He cannot stand for himself in this world filled with women, blacks, and tan people.
Or we could just talk about fighting ghosts.
Nah, I'm making jokes. Hey, they actually have there's some Rule 34 of that too.
What of the girl from Extreme Ghostbusters?
Ghostbusters, yep.
Yeah, she's hot.
I suppose. She looks like a pain in the ass to deal with. Remember her being snarky.
She was a little snarky.
She just walked out of the trap. Yeah, she was trap lady. What I hated about Extreme Ghostbusters is the same thing. Like everybody, when they reboot something, have to make it even more crazy. Like when you play a video game, last video game, I understand that. But like Extreme Ghostbusters, for some odd reason, they couldn't capture the ghosts with their old tools. They had to make new tools.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there was some kind of bullshit where like the old
Egon, I think, is the only one still around.
Huh?
Egon was the only one still around, or was it Venkman?
Egon was the only one still around. There was a couple guest appearances by the other members. Eventually, like Ray, Winston, and Venkman all showed up. But like Egon was the only one who was like consistently with the group.
Hmm.
But it was like, yeah, that was a good example, of just that's how you do it. That's how you do. You could argue even with the first movie. Hey, we've always had Winston, like in the real Ghostbusters and whatnot. Yeah, Janine put on a proton pack too, and my goddess Sigourney Weaver's been in the first two movies.
Yep.
Technically, she's been in all the movies, including the shitty one.
Huh.
But
yeah, I guess that's an up note to leave on. The Ghostbusters exist.
Ghostbusters is awesome, and it's
the cartoon series is not that awesome. I was watching a little bit of it the other day.
What, the real Ghostbusters or Extreme Ghostbusters?
Real Ghostbusters.
Real Ghostbusters is awesome. Go fuck yourself. Fuck your face. That's been written by JMS.
Who's JMS?
J. Michael Straczynski, the guy who wrote Babylon 5.
Yeah?
It's like brilliant. It's like the real Ghostbusters is actually really, really good. It got stupid later on because they had some stupid company come in and started like fucking with the writers. He's gone on record about how they fucking wrecked the show. And like they kind of changed Janine for no reason. To make her like more motherly and effeminate, and instead of like the sassy way she was that Annie Potts portrayed her. Mm-hmm. And it was like, yeah, this fucking like meddling. The studio had this meddling little company come in. Like it was the top rated show on the TV at the time, and like so the studio had some meddling company come in and tell the show how to make it better. When it was like, but they did just fine before that company came in at all. And sure enough, that company made their ratings go down. Then they started focusing more on Slimer, and it became like Slimer in the real Ghostbusters. When that happened, the show started sucking. But the real Ghostbusters at its core is a genuinely good show. And Extreme Ghostbusters, a lot of people hate Extreme Ghostbusters for good reasons. There's like, I don't know.
All right, come on, Eddie. We don't want this to be 5 hours.
Yes! 5 hours. I haven't found an image of Ghostbusters yet. I'm stuck with a Castlevania picture. Fine.
All
right, no. Okay, we're good. Anyway, like, listen, for all you out there who, like, saw the shitty 2017 Ghostbusters, listen, classic Ghostbusters kicks ass. Go check it out. Check out Ghostbusters 1 and 2. Check out the real Ghostbusters. Check out Extreme Ghostbusters. Check out the manga. Check out the comics. Check out the comic where they cross over Ninja Turtles. Check out the old Ghostbusters show with the gorilla. And the cartoon of that. It's great. Just don't check out the Ghost Core Ghostbusters. They can fuck off. But okay. So I'm just happy we're not ending this conversation talking about rape. So yes. Okay, I guess we're going out talking about rape. Anyway, all right. So happy Halloween.
That's 34.
Yeah, this is. I'm gonna look at Rule 34 pictures of the chick from Extreme Ghostbusters, and yeah, this is the Dreadpirate signing off. Malmodo, say, I don't know, say rape one more time.
Struggle fucking.
Okay, good. All right. Good night, folks.